All right, what is up, everybody? We are back, man. Today has been a very interesting day, but I hope you guys' day has been going well. We're obviously going to be streaming some Etheria Restart, maybe a little bit later, checking out some other stuff. But yeah, man, we would have actually streamed a little bit earlier today, but one of my games that I actually like mained on my channel, like just straight up EOS today. So yeah, that's interesting, man. It's been an interesting day. So I've been like kind of working on reconstructing some of that because a big part of the community, the Discord actually was a lot of people from that game. So yeah, I've been trying to figure some stuff out with that. But yeah, man, nonetheless though, we're still trucking on with the beta. We're still chugging on with the beta, man. But either way, if you are here for the first time, definitely make sure that you guys like the stream. I would truly appreciate that. But yeah, we're gonna be going from there. Let's see. Yo, what's good, Chaos? How you doing, fam? What's good? What's good, Mash? Yo, what's up, Icebound? My day's been pretty busy, bro. I actually went and worked out earlier too, so I was doing that with my mother and my fiance. So I don't think I've seen a gotcha EOS in 3 months, man. Dude, I've seen gotchas EOS in the day they released. I've seen that actually happen. I'm not really so much surprised at the game EOS. It was just how it happened. I was like, oh dang, okay. But that's how EOSs happen sometimes. They're like pretty unexpected. Like they just kind of happen. Yeah. So ain't really too much you could do, right? Other than just, hey, it happened. Instead, they give us a lot of new stuff with the Etheria Restart today. Yeah, there's a 2x event that they dropped, and they're unlocking that periodically. The Phantom Train content that I was telling you guys about since the release of the beta, and nobody was believing it, but now they see it, so they're like, oh dang, it attribute locks, and then it has like the 2 units that are like basically exempt from it. So, or the Infinity Train, I guess is what they're calling it now. But yeah, like the special permit units is Leon and Freya. So I actually did my first run of this with no healers, so that was really interesting. You said, wasn't there a game which had their EOS date in the launch tweet or something? It was, and I know what game you're talking about. I just don't remember the name of it. It was a game that did do that. It's crazy, bro, how it can happen. Like there's some games that will like straight up release and then still EOS them. I think sometimes it's like so they can make whatever money. Sometimes they go into like a whatchamacallit, like I forgot what the phrase is called, but it's like basically when it's on like it's a certain type of server. I forgot what the server is called, but it's a specific name for it when like you can't actually make purchases or none of that crap. Like it's just like a server for just being able to like get on and play the game, but it's like the last update that the game ever had, so it's never anything new. Yeah, it's never anything new. Dude, we actually like for us to not have really been like on top of this for the union. I'm like actually surprised how many people are actually doing this stuff in here. So I know once we start super sweating, that's gonna be interesting. Go ahead and get rid of these. Oh, you're not gonna. Okay, I was about to say. Yo, they're trolling. They said, give me shards for my SRs. Hey, listen, it's whatever you guys want. I think I already have. Yeah, I think I don't have no more. Yeah, it's cooked. I think I donated to everybody. Okay. Yeah, it's cooked. He said not all black. Yo, what's up, Lonzo? He said not all black for Tribe 9. He said, bro, I loaded up Marvel today, and damn, I was sleeping on something dangerously good SR, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, man, I'm interested to see if they're going to let him go into release the way he is. Because I could definitely see them adjusting that. Like, I don't want them to, but are they? It's a high possibility. it is definitely a high possibility. So that's the tragic part. It's like they could just leave them as is, or they could adjust them. It just depends. It depends really. Once they have like the tournaments and stuff go on and kind of see how that goes, then that'll probably be the determining factor. Oh yeah, this is the meme battle. We got to do this too. He said, "Had Marvel day one on this bed. Didn't think he was built like this." Yeah, yo, dude. Honestly, like I said, it was really no real telling because, like, even on the other servers, like I was mentioning before, we don't do a lot of RTA or PvP on them because they're all like, there's not enough people for it to even like flesh out and take over the rankings as you're climbing on fresh accounts, so that you can actually see the full value of the characters. And then because we don't do RTA on there, you don't get to see that value either. So it's like PvE. That's why I was like, for PvE, I'm like, yeah, he seems really good, but it's kind of hard to call it with PvP. It was like, well, yeah, he should work, but I think with this beta, it's like for sure locking in like, okay, yeah, this guy's a problem. Let me see. We got Rosa here. Let's just go Kraken. Let's see why not. He said, "Oh no, Morose is not good." He used to have his spoke. He's bad. He said bad character in the entire games. Dude, you know what's crazy? Like, and it's funny because it used to happen to me on Dislike. Like, I noticed that I have to be like real careful what I say sometimes, because like the reality is I actually am friends with the producer of the game, so I'm pretty sure he pops in sometimes. He might not say anything, but he might hear, like, you might hear me saying something like, "Yeah, this unit's mad broken," and so they're gonna start like, they're gonna probably look at it and be like, "Oh, is he now?" So I used to get units nerfed left and right on Dislike, and what was crazy was that it was never like I was just overhyping units. Like, it would dead be like, this unit, the only counter to this unit is themselves. Like, it would like literally be situations like that. And people would still be mad at me. I'm like, that's not good for the game. Like, if you literally are gonna drop a unit and the only counter to that unit is itself, that's not good. Like, that's not good at all. So yeah, I used to get characters nuked all the time, but I felt like the game, at least for what it was worth, it was somewhat more healthy at that point when I was playing. After that, they just didn't care. After I had left. Yo, what's good, Sim? How you doing, fam? You said, how's your day been? Mine's the Tribe 9. I mean, honestly, I've been fine, man. Like I really wasn't like, does it suck? Yeah, like it absolutely does suck. But I'm not like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not like, you know, I wasn't like crying or anything like that. Like, it sucks. I feel bad really for people that have spent like a crazy amount of money on the game, because there were some people that, like, I'm talking about like maxed out units. Like, I mean, like for real maxed out units. But I also think that like sometimes like, I just think sometimes it's just like, and people think that being ignorant is just like the worst thing ever. But sometimes like being ignorant, it just simply means you don't know something a lot of the times. And so I was trying to tell everyone, they were like, you know, they're making money because they did the rebate and all that stuff. Like, I was like, dude, companies don't make money by refunding you every last piece of currency you've ever spent and then also giving you resources as well. So from the big mistake that they made in the beginning, they gave back every piece of currency that you put into the game. And I was like trying to tell people, I'm like, you think that was a good metric for them to use to yeah, to be like, yeah, that's totally gonna make us more money. No company ever wants to have to refund every single player on their game the currency that they put into the game, which would have equaled money spent, because that basically would have been washing the money that they just made, because that means that the banners rotating in, they didn't really make money. Like Kazumi's banner, or Kazuyo's banner, or no, wait, I'm mixing games. It's oh my god, it's wait, is he Kazumi or Kazumi? Kazumi, I think it is. Dude, yeah, these games are like starting to blur now. But his banner was completely paid for, basically, if you had just been playing the game. And then when Hina came out, her banner was completely paid for. Kazuki, there you go, thank you. Yeah, Kazuki. So most players didn't even spend a dime. People that had bought the first battle pass got all that currency refunded, so they didn't have to buy the next one. Like, they didn't make any money off a battle pass. Like, I'm almost certain they didn't. And then when you looked at the numbers, I think they made, was it like 90K or something? It was something like really insane. I was just like, all right, like that kind of shows you like they didn't make no money off of that. So it's just like, so yeah, there was so many people that was like swearing up and down, oh yeah, they totally are using this to, and they're gonna just, you know, leech money. I'm like, bro, that's not how you make money on a gacha, like, at all. So I think a lot of people are also like actually seeing that too. You said, sorry, I do not know anything of that. What did they do? So when they launched the game, they basically came out with like a Brave Frontier gacha rate. It was literally like a 0.33% chance for you to be able to get the highest rarity unit in the game. And then that was divvied up amongst all the units in the game. So that was like the first foot. Like, they stepped off on the wrong foot. They changed it immediately because I almost feel like whoever was like, when they were developing that game, which was years ago, nobody actually looked at the current market and was like, hey, they don't do this anymore. So they straight released the game, like, and it made no sense. Cause I was like, dude, like, do they know that the rates are like this? Cause I was like, there's no way. Or that's not the standard anymore. And sure enough, when they went back, they changed it ASAP. And I always try to tell people too, like, Chinese games and JP games are very, very different. Like, Japanese law and Chinese law, both pretty rigorous, but Japanese law is very, very strict when it comes down to gachas being presented a certain way. And if the gacha could have like the wrong text on it, and they have to legally refund people their stuff. Like, they do not play around with like any of that. But that always equals money loss. That never equals like, oh, we made money. So I think one of the biggest issues they were running into was they had to refund every single player in the game for the issue, basically, for the rates being so trash. And then on top of that, they had to basically try to figure out where they were going to pull money, which I don't think there was really many areas for them to do that. So I honestly think that the game kind of like inherently EOS'd itself from them doing that, which I feel like they did a service to the players for sure, but I think the publishers probably like, and that's usually what happens, is the publishers will look at it and be like, oh, they didn't really make any money. So now the publishers stepped in and they probably made an exec decision, was like, all right, we're gonna cut our losses or break even, and then EOS. So yeah, yesterday we were supposed to be getting an update for the next characters. And they just went into like a maintenance, and then the next post after that was, sorry guys, we're EOS in the game. So that's literally how that went. Yo, what's good, Cat? You said so Tribe Night EOS coming, so I'm glad I got to experience the story though. It was a while, right? Yeah, the story was really good. Yeah, it sucks because I feel like the one thing I was looking for or forward to with that game was the fact that they really seem to have a lot of what's it called? They seem to have a lot of passion. It felt more of like a passion project with how they were delivering the story and how they were kind of making each of the maps and stuff like that. And yeah, it sucks, man. So yeah, it does suck when you have a really solid team. I honestly genuinely think like they just really honestly made the mistake in the beginning, and then it was just a domino effect that kind of, you know, sent them downhill, which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, it is what it is, man. There's nothing you can really do. And I know like there were some people that were like, well, you know, why don't you keep all the videos up? And I'm like, that's not how YouTube works. Like, once the game goes away, like that's only gonna hurt my channel keeping that stuff up there. So yeah, it kind of sucks, man, but you gotta do what you gotta do. All right, let's see if we can beat this Tsukiyomi stage. I haven't even tried it yet. They said, watch your last YouTube video, bro. Too bad I already wasted all my resources. Yeah, man, I'm putting those videos out so that like more players know. With the mythic shells, that's like Endgame. I talked about it on stream, but then I did, and it's really hard to like kind of gauge what players are gonna do until it happens. And so I realized that a lot of people were trying to build mythic gear, not realizing that those epic shells are actually going to be what carries you into endgame. So they're like straight skipping the epic shells that literally carry you into endgame. So that's why I made that video, because it's more of a preventative, like, you know, preventative information before we go into official release, because this is wiped anyway. So yeah, exactly. Thankfully it's still beta, exactly. It's also been wasting gold on mythic 2 sliders. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you're gonna, if you notice, like if you look at like Twilight Knight and then what you're gonna have accessible from the mythics, there's nothing that's giving you a defense break before you hit. Like, that's mad powerful for your progression. And then once you get to the point where you're swapping fully a character into White Fang, for example, you're gonna have the ability to like do whatever you want, more than likely DPS wise, even without the defense break. And by then you should have more character skilled up and stuff like that too. You said the thing is some of my epic shells are the reason I'm able to farm mythic gears. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, exactly. But and that's the point, is that a lot of people weren't investing in them enough, and then they're like, dude, I can't farm the mythic stuff, and it's like, well, there's kind of a couple of problems. It's one, how you're farming on the mythic stages. It's number two. Ooh, I should have been targeting Suki this whole time. Number two, it's then the epic, the shell farming you're doing. So like people are trying to farm, you know, like Nightmare 1 and 2, when every time that you're trying to get to a specific stage to farm, it should always be the highest stage of that difficulty, because it gives you less gear drops that you have to focus. So like I was saying before, again, shout out to Sion for that info, because that's what he came in the stream and said yesterday, and I was like, crap. I was like, yeah, a lot of people aren't going to realize that if you're farming at the lower stages, it's technically more sets in there, even though they're not different set bonuses or matrix bonuses. It's different rarities that you're farming against. So that's what cooks you. It's a sorry to hear about the Tribe 9. So I've been following since this site, so looking forward to ER content. No, I appreciate that, man. Dude, you know what's crazy? Somebody, and it kind of was funny, I just banned him, because I was like, dude, like I hate people that just try to rage bait. It's like so unnecessary. I'm like, I feel like most of my community is like grown, but somebody was like, dude, why every game you play EOS? I'm like, what's every game? I was like, the last game I played was this light. I was like, Dislight in EOS. I just quit it. I was like, dang. I was like, but it was the way that they said it though. They were like trying to troll, and I was like, yeah, no, you tried it, because he was like, what? The last game you tried to, or that was successful for you was what? Arknights? I'm like, Arknights? I'm like, damn. I'm like, Arknights is like. I just laughed at it and I just banned him. I was like, yeah, goodbye. Because it made no sense. It was bad unprovoked. I was like, because even in that video, I didn't even want to focus on, even when I quit Dislight, my last video for Dislight didn't even focus on any of the issues I had. It was just about my experience with the community and how that game really did make a huge impact on my career. Like, I became a full-time creator because of Dislight. So regardless of how the experience was over the course of the years, I still am appreciative of the fact that that was something that allowed me to get to where I was at that time. So I still feel like with Tribe 9, like I said in the beginning of that video, that game like literally re-sparked my my drive for making content. I was getting bored, and it was just because everything just felt like like really the team like putting effort into the actual development of the game. Gotcha aside, the game itself was good. Which I think that's something that like I was like, dang, dude, like it does suck that that's, you know, the scenario that we're in now where it's EOSing, but the game itself was good. But a lot of the times it's always going to be a gotcha first to a consumer. So if your gotcha doesn't hit right off rip, that easily can hurt and kill your game, man. Like you said, Tribe 9 tried so hard to recover from the failed launch. Yeah, they did try. I can't even knock them. They 100% tried. They really were like, you know what? Like, we didn't do that well. Let's try to make, you know, men's. They tried some of everything. I mean, a lot of the QOL they were trying to do, like they did try. I got to give them that. Like, they absolutely did try. So I like I said, I can't knock them, man. Like, they really did. Let's see here. I need to put Let me see if I have any gear I can just slap on you. He said you did EOS your old channel. I mean, I stopped uploading on it for right now, but it doesn't mean I EOS'd it necessarily. I have like bro, you know I have like 4 channels, so I kind of get to certain ones when I can. And if there's something I want to cover at that too, right? Like I think that's always the biggest thing. Like, is there something I actually want to cover right now? And for that channel, no, there isn't. And CN based games, man, I'm gonna be honest, like unless they really are pushing for global marketing, a lot of the times they're not really worth covering. Like they just aren't. Like the opportunities that kind of and the growth that comes out of them sometimes isn't like necessarily that great, which is it just kind of sucks that it's like that as of now. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Michael? How you doing, fam? You said 0 out of 10 rage bait. You said Tribe Night honestly should have just been a game. Felt like they wanted a gacha for no reason. Yeah, honestly, Sim, I really would say that game could have been released on like Switch, anything, and they could have honestly just made it a game. Like they really could have, because it was that good. Like I was like, dude, like this actually is like a really well thought out game. Even playing it didn't feel like I was necessarily playing like your traditional gacha. It had a gacha in it, but it wasn't like, it was so fleshed out in how they were trying to really push the story narrative, and like, you know, kind of using the anime as the base foundation, but they were like building this whole, you know, other universe on the universe that already existed, you know? So yeah, it just sucks, man. But hey, it's only, but you know, so much that you can do really at that point. We just need him to rotate at this point. So I'm gonna give you, let's see, I'll give you this for now, I guess. It puts me at 11 speed, brother. Okay. Or 11 matrix bonus. Okay, who else are we using for that team? Gray's good. Lilith is good. The Doki Doki's fine. Let's take number 21 out, and let's go with the Freya. That's my damage. Oh, I forgot. We got Messiah now, so we could take the Lilith out maybe and go. Or actually, no, the Lilith is gonna be good for CC. Let's take the Freya out and go Messiah. That'll be good here. And then maybe for sustain. I'm trying to think. We don't have any sustain here. I might go with the Gray. Take Gray out. Leave the Lily. Actually, no. We'll try that, and then we'll swap it if we need to. Yo, what's good, Sate? How you doing, fam? Yeah, the gacha space is it is a curse right now. A lot of unoriginal concepts. You have a few that are coming to the forefront though with some originality though. So that you know, there's some hopes. There's some hopes. Oh brother, they're all faster than me. Yeah, I might need the sustain. Okay. Should get the stun into a lock. Nice. It's not bad. Alright, this should be able to cook. So by the way, what happened to Yang? I heard some CC's recommended a lot, but I don't see him getting used during the test. Did he get nerfed? No, he didn't get nerfed. I just haven't had the chance to build mine, but I'm gonna use mine in Aurora. He's great, honestly. He's another one of your options, probably one of the very few options for buff stripping. So yeah, he's just it's like that in a lot of betas though. There's gonna be the favorites and then the ones that get used. Oh yeah, they're cooked. Look at that. Yeah, get cooked. I said, bro, Chiaki, the Echo and Marvel against Terra feels like bullying. Yeah. Said, the last piece is just adding Doki Doki. I mean, to be honest, like Chiaki the Echo, like I said, she mitigates the effects of Terra Matan. That's why she's so good there. She literally counteracts the entire gimmick. So you're gonna be making a guild on global release? Yeah, I am gonna have a guild on global release. Yeah, I am gonna have a guild on global release. Wait, you said you're gonna cover the new Persona 5 Gacha mobile game? They just announced it's coming global next year. Yeah, I am gonna probably play it. I don't know how deep I'll be covering it. Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing, fam? Yeah, I don't know how like deep I'll be covering it, but I know that like that's the thing with that like the Danganronpa community, which is the crazy part, man, because we have made plans to play 100 line, obviously Tribe 9, and that community wanted me to play Persona. Like they're really like heavy on that like specific genre. And really honestly like that art style, like kind of story appeal, like and really good quality story too. So yeah, I'm down, dude. I mean, cause we don't got Tribe 9 now. so I gotta alternate something in, because in reality what I wanted for this channel was to minimum have 2 games that I was playing on the channel. And that was just for the variety aspect. I'm gonna be playing, you know, other games and doing reactions and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the Tribe 9 community, which I have like, dude, like when I say that my Discord became like the Tribe 9, like, like central location for information, because it was like, there's no official Discord for the game. That was another thing I said that like always was weird to me too. I was like, how's there not an official Discord for this game? And so that's what I started to kind of infrastructure my my Discord for. So before all of you guys that are probably showing up for Etheria Restart now, I restarted my entire Discord, right? And I got 1,000+ people to join that Discord. My other Discord had like 4,000 or something like that. But I got like 1,000+ people to join that Discord that is currently my main Discord now. And that was all from Tribe 9. Like that was all from Tribe 9. So like that community, it wasn't necessarily the most massive, but it was a pretty solid like community of people that just were like committed and really liked the game for what it was worth. So that's why I said it's kind of sad, because a lot of people in that Discord make up the Discord. So even some of the people that would stream in the channels all the time, they 9 times out of 10 were playing Tribe 9, you know. So that's the thing that, like I said, it just kind of sucks. You said after 500 pulls, I still don't have Tiaki. It took me 300 and something to get her, my first copy, and it was on a single pull, mad randomly. It wasn't even from a multi. You said Dangan trilogy, so good, one of my favorite. Yeah, no, it really is a classic. You said, are they mourning in the Discord from this morning? I mean, bro, like I get it. Like if your game that you like, a lot of people that were playing that game quit so that they could main that game. So like imagine you did that, or you start spending more money and stuff like that. Like yeah, you're gonna absolutely feel away, man. Let's see, mirror copy. I kind of like that. Give me that. Okay. Yeah, get some shadow prints going. And there we go. So let's go to the supply boxes. So add 7 Knights and King Reigns to the list of games you're gonna play. Oh yeah, I was playing those regardless. But I will say, like, it does, like, obviously I'm gonna have more free time at that point, because, you know, I'm not gonna be playing Tribe 9 anymore, which is kind of the thing that sucked, because I was like, man, I would still play it. But the problem is that I've already beat everything. I'm literally at the current endgame, so there's like no content for me to be able to play. You said, I hate that I couldn't get very far in the train because I have basically no odd units built. Yo, Icebound, that's what I was saying. Bro, like, I'm telling you, that's what I was trying to warn people about too, was that. I was like, dude, like, there's gonna be, like, this is why, like, even, like, the 6-starring, like, when we were doing our initial playthroughs, we were, like, on average, like, if we were, like, focused on 6-starring, by now we probably have about 4, maybe almost 5 6 stars. And it was like when we really started looking at it, it's like, dude, like your units like kind of underperform depending on what they do at 4 stars. So it was like the more that you're able to spread to be able to get more units built. And that's why like even like Kraken's really strong in there right now. Oval's really strong in there right now. And I would even say like I'm trying to think who else. You got, I think Yang is yeah, Yang is actually pretty good because he could supplement your crit rate up buff. So it's like you'll get them eventually, but yeah, it's like, yeah, on average, that's where most people probably are going to get, is to about wave 11 or 12. That's because that's even where I was, but that was also with no sustain. And everything starts hitting you like a truck too. Like, I will say, like, I was getting one shot, so I don't even know if that's really even more, like, if the healer was gonna really change any of that, because stuff was just hitting hella hard. I was like, okay, thanks. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that, I guess. You know what? I might have to run Freya because she is actually faster, and I think she's faster than my Doki in this scenario, because I think this Doki's slow. 70. I think my Freya is faster. Yeah, my Freya is way faster than this Doki. Yeah, Freya Gaming. Yeah, look at that. They would have went first if I didn't swap. And then we get the debuff pushback. Dang, they're trying to push Marvel all the way back. Boom. Freya, nice. Okay, yeah, he's not gonna die now. Yeah, Valerian is nuts. Yeah, for sustain. Yeah, she's actually really, really good in there. They just announced that Blue Protocol game is coming global this year. When though? Well, that's the big question. He said, Personify. I'm not sure if Phantom X spoiled anything about P5R though. I'm fine because I played it, but I don't know for like anyone that hasn't. I mean, because even like I would say the creator I know that's played it all the way up until the current like update is Scion. Yo, like I'm not even lying to you guys when I say like Scion's really a monster when it comes to like how he'll play games, because he will dead be on a whole game and like then the launch will happen for global, and I'm like, you've been playing that this whole time? Like, he's literally like, I'm just like, dude, like, and then he'd be Endgame. Like, that's one thing I've learned about him is he literally will be Endgame in every game. I'm like, yo, how, like, okay. I'm like, hey, it is what it is. I'm like, I don't know how you doing it, man, but this dude's tenacity is ridiculous. Let's see here. We go this one. You said got the wave. 15 thinking about building Marvel to keep to help push further. Yeah, Marvel's great in there. Lightning. Yeah, he's really, really good. And I think that's the thing is like, yeah, pushback is definitely going to be probably one of the more sought after things for a lot of accounts, to be honest. That and sustain, because a lot of people are missing tanks, which I think is what a lot of the biggest issues with a lot of team comps is they don't have nothing to kind of, you know, aggro or tank on some of that damage. So if they are getting hit, if their pushback doesn't come through, then they just kind of die, you know. So that's a whole nother thing. So are you gonna pick up a new gacha by the same devs as Tribe 9 based on Kaiju number 8? No, because that game wouldn't even fit the, like, it would fit the type or style, but I'm not really too sure. I mean, I would have to have fun playing the game. I don't think it would necessarily be a direct replacement for Tribe 9 though. Like, that's the thing. Like, I feel like I would have to actually have fun with the game, and that was the thing that made me cover Tribe 9, not because I was making money off of the game. It was actually because I was having fun. So if the game is fun, I'll definitely try it, play it and stuff like that. But that's just a matter of how good it is. And do I necessarily trust them at this point? Ooh, that's one of those things that kind of happens. And Akatsuki, this isn't the first game that they've EOS'd either. So I think that's another thing. That's why I said I wasn't necessarily surprised by the EOS. It was just how they did it. So, yeah, that's worth saying something too, right? It's like, it's like this ain't the first rodeo with Akatsuki and an EOS, man. So, all right, let's see. We got that one done. Is that cleanup singularity? Oh, okay, I guess so. Okay, cool. This one too. This one should be pretty easy. We'll see what she's paired up with. They decided to give her fire, which is always lovely. Alright, let's see if we actually get any pushbacks though. Probably not. Oh, brother. Okay. That dot is crazy. Thank you, sir. It's still slow. I might die to dot. I don't even know if I'm gonna survive this. And then my stun didn't take. That was really close though. I gotta get rid of those ads. Oh, the stun's coming through. Okay, yeah, we might be okay. The only thing is that Kazumi's not stunned, which sucks. Good kill. Good stun, good stun. Oh yeah. Lilith is the MVP. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, Lilith is insane with the graceful mischief. It stuns in the right moments because it's the turn after. So yeah, Lilith is crazy. As I'm looking into Silent Slayer attack down, be night and day says. Oh, is the attack down be night and day saving me? Yeah, she's solid. They actually remade her, so she's a lot better. Because like I said before, she didn't really have a real identity. She was like kind of all over the place, and she really didn't do anything like good. She just did a whole bunch of stuff. He says farming Doki Doki Nightmare better than 3, better than Hell 1 or 2. Is the consistency for getting solid gear much better to gamble for mythics or with a slightly lower consistent drop rates? I mean, to be honest, you're farming against more gear. The drop rates don't like skeleton for mythics on Hell 1 and 2. It starts to scale into 3 and then for sure on 4. So you can still farm it once you're able to auto it. So you can move into Hell, right? Because moving into Hell is not a bad thing if you can actually farm it, right? The problem a lot of players are having right now is they're like literally 1 out of 10 or 0 out of 10ing, and they're still trying to farm Hell mode. And they don't even have good base gear to go into Hell mode. So that information or that advice really wasn't for those that are able to auto it. Like if you're able to auto it, if it's taking you 10 minutes to run, but you can auto it and you don't die, go for it. If you can get 10 out of 10, go for it. But if you're not actually winning the fights, you're just losing stamina at that point, which it makes no sense. And that's the thing. It's like a clear is a clear, but not clearing, you're just wasting time at that point. So it's like, it's more about that part. Ooh, that's a good one. So it's more about that at that point. You said we're talking about killing bosses, no biggie, but yeah. You said, but don't even try to farm skill up mats. Said those guys don't mess around. Yeah. You said this early. The only team that's gonna do well is Shadow, Sania, Obel, Kraken, and some kind of heal like Valerian Ling. Man, Marvel and Valerian's place. Yeah, I would say in the early game, Dot is going to have the highest scale potential. That, like I said, a lot of people are not believing me, but my fastest clear was with Dot. Like, period. When I say I mean, people were like talking about like going to sleep with Tiamat. I'm like, bro, I was sleep with Dot for a lot of stuff, to be honest. Like that was like a lot of my just super bulky builds, and then literally making them have enough effect accuracy to get stuff going. Again, I had to make some unique investment choices, which I would not recommend, but it was my fastest clear that I've had. I mean, yeah, they're gonna work in the train too. Dot works there. It's AoE wave clear. But a big part of that is gonna be cooldowns and as much skill up investment in those units, and then you're cooking, right? Really at that point. Yo, what's good, Strobe? You said, what's the thing with the module essence? You said, what's the thing with it? You have to clarify a little bit more specific. As far as what it is, it's basically used for a shop, or in a shop. That's called the module shop. And it allows you to be able to buy mythic pieces, right? Problem is that, yeah, you can get mythic pieces, but they're random. So this could all just be flat. And that's gonna be one of those things that, I mean, you get them, there's gonna be events and stuff like that, first time clears that give you this resource. So it is accessible to free to play, but it's not really a currency that I would say is free to play friendly necessarily, because for example, they have a pack that you can technically buy it, and I think it's about 1,200 currency. I think it's a weekly pack. Yeah, so it's about 1,200 currency for like $11. Is that worth? Not in my opinion, because all the pieces could be garbage. The only thing that I would say that you might be able to get, if there is a substat speed roll, which is another rolling of the dice, and then there's the rolling of the dice if it actually rolls into speed, you could have like a flat piece that rolls really, really good speed, and then give that to a unit that you want to rotate fast. But that's we're talking about like 3 barriers of entry basically at that point. It's the chance of getting a piece to do that on, the chance of the piece being good. Then there's the chance of it rolling either the main stat or even the substats that you need. And then the chance that it actually rolls well into the substat. So that's like four barriers that you got to get through basically for that to kind of work. So a lot of it is also like I made that video talking about how a lot of players are going to be trying to jump so far ahead. They're going to actually cause themselves to be, they're going to put themselves in a currency sink. Because they're not actually building up progressive, they're actually trying to jump, and the game will allow you to do that on purpose, because they're going to let you slow you. Because in reality, if a dev is making a game, why wouldn't they let you slow your own progression? They're not actually forcing it. you're slowing your own progression. You said Mythic Gear is also like 700k to max, and it's crazy rare to get one with 4 stats off rip. Yeah, exactly. So that's another thing. And that's like what exists within gachas, period. Like, they're going to be different things that would be considered like pit traps to slow your progression. And so a lot of the times, like, that's kind of where we come in as like the creators and stuff like that. We try to find those pit traps to help you guys not fall into them. And so that's why I made that video, because a lot of players, I'm realizing, like, even with the the whole Rosa's better than Tiamat thing, I don't know who started that, but that's to a very specific type of player. The average player is going to pick Tiamat. It just is what it is. Those that, which even for me being a more big brain type player that likes that play style, I can admit that that's a more sweaty play style. Like, the average player is not going to want to sit there and be like, ooh, I got to build crit and do all this other stuff to get her to work. And then now you got to find a specific unit to tank and a specific unit to sustain and a specific unit to, when you could just pick Tiamat. And she does like 5 of those things. And the other thing is too, I think a lot of people are forgetting that Tiamat actually has damage shares. So she is like your traditional paladin. She really is. So like, if a unit is getting hit, she also is taking some of that damage so they don't get hit with the full brunt of it. Like, that's bro, her utility is so high, and I get it. People like want to be different. I absolutely get it. And it can work in this game. But the average advice is still going to be the most efficient thing for like the average player. She just is that good. You said, I know Tia was better, but used the beta test to test my theory, and boy, was it a wake-up call using Rosa instead of Tia. I mean, honestly, again, like I said to everybody that was watching me do it, they're like, well, oh, Zox is doing it. But I'm like, well, guys, I know Tia's good. I just play every beta with a different character. That's just how I go about it. And that's fair, right? I think like that's the intent behind the betas. I think like what we're trying to prevent though is the information that's getting pushed being information that causes players to end up quitting. Because if you get told by, like, let's say you come across somebody that's quote unquote somebody that's a veteran, right? Let's say they're a veteran in the game, and then they're telling you one thing, and this is even like something I had to learn with like E7, for example. Like, when I first started E7 up again, everybody has, it's like the saying, like, everybody like, it's like opinions are like buttholes because everybody has one. It's like that. So in E7, there was like if you ask a general question, what should I do if I want to progress this? Everybody's opinion is completely different, right? And does that mean that it doesn't work? No. But then you have to cipher through all of those opinions and then say, what's actually the most efficient thing to do if I'm not a savvy player yet and I'm new, right? Like, that's the thing, because there's a lot of different things that can work. I mean, the argument of like, can you technically use anybody to start the game? Yeah, you absolutely can. Yeah, you absolutely can. So that's the thing. Even with Rosa, she doesn't start feeling better on an account until you can actually build into her, you know? You said that's why you just watched Tristan whoop, dude. I can't even lie to you. Tristan is the GOAT. You know what Tristan is though? Tristan is kind of like the grandfather. Or he's kind of like the cool uncle. He's not even a grandfather. He's like the cool uncle that's on the barbecue, you know, like cooking up stuff. Like, he's very, very good at what he does. But the thing I like about Tristan is he sticks to what he knows. Like, he stays in the area that he feels comfortable, and he just continues to build on that. Like, he's a really, really cool dude, man. Like, honestly. He said, It's that Tia, I feel like, is better at wave clear, but Rosa is much better at bossing and doing shell farming. So we already know how endgame farming is going to be for shells. But that's the problem. Icebound players have to get to that point to be able to really use Rosa. The average player isn't going to do that. You're more savvy at these types of games. So any typical or average advice I give, you can look at something and be like, oh, I can just do this. A brand new player is going to look at that and be like, wait, what? I got to do what? And then once you start overcomplicating the process, you got to do this for the build. You got to build into that. Bro, you know what I learned playing Dislike? People don't listen. So the more information you give them, the worse they're going to do at these games. I had people that have been watching me, and you guys were there. Like, you would be in a voice call with me, watching people where these are people that would come to my streams regularly for 3 years. And I preached, please do not equip flat HP, flat defense, or flat attack on damage dealers. And when I would do account reviews, these would be people that have been watching me for 4 years almost. Flat defense, flat HP. I don't know why my teams aren't working. I'm like, I'm just like, sir, like, have you not been listening to me? Like in any video? Like, and these are people that would regularly come to the streams. They sit there, they're watching me. Okay, I got it, Zox. And then it's like somehow, some way they still don't do it. And I'm just like, okay. The more you overcomplicate the process for people, it's just an attention span thing, I really think is what it is. So I'm just like, okay, we got to simplify the information and making it more solidified for ease of progression versus try to big brain everything. Because I love that, but I also had to come to the realization that I make up a very small percentage of the player base. That's not going to be the norm. You said also Rosa's max potential is at end game, not beginning game. Yeah, that's very, very true. And I would say that firsthand. Like when you get Rosa fully built up, bro, and I mean like skills, the proper sets, I mean the full proper sets with the proper pet. I mean, she rips up everything. She is gonna be that unit, like absolutely. But she's not a progression pusher like to that degree. Like she's just not like the utility on her, and that's why I was like even directly comparing her utility to the Tiamat's, for example. She has some value for sure, right? But you're not nearly going to get nearly as much out of her in comparison to Tia. You said her max potential is with teams with 50% crit on the units. Now where you're getting that in the first 80% of the game. So yeah, exactly. And that's what I was saying too, is like, I identified that early. I was like, damn, dude, like most of my teams need to have like inbuilt crit. And when you're talking about like most stat allocation, you're focused on like, if you're talking about your rotators, most of them are bulk effect accuracy. You're not really trying to build crit rate, for example. So that's another thing. Even when you're talking about for example, say even like a lot of the earlier DPSs that thrive the most, they don't fixate on necessarily crit rate, attack, and crit damage. A lot of them are just put HP on them. Just just do attack. Just focus defense. It's very, very straightforward. You said maybe make a tier list or dual list showing who is early game for progression and who is end game. Yo, Icebound. Actually, I'm gonna do that. You know what? Yo, Scion, I might need your help with something like that for early game progression. Because Scion's not too keen on tier lists, but I think his input would definitely be very helpful, because apparently one person saying it, it's like I feel like I've been having to like double down on it, because I think a lot of the times people are just like, nah, it's just that one guy. It's like, no, dude, it's the matter of the fact, because yeah, a lot of it, and it's what I said before. Somebody had asked me about like the presentation of like certain tierings, and I'm like, well, those are the tierings based according to the highest performance of the character. So it's not that necessarily that Pride Wind is wrong. It's the fact that it's the highest performance. So it's completely missing the workup to the fact of that character being T0, right? So again, Dating is T0 at endgame. But are you going to have a crazy, like, one-shot, almost built Dating in early game? Hell no. Same thing with Scion, or same thing with Rosa. It's the same thing. So when you're looking at across the board units that progressively scale and they just get better and better and better and they're easy to build into across the entire progression of your account, Tiamat, Hellkid, Lilith, Rahu, characters like Born. You have, which again, I would argue there are some damage dealers that work in their respective content, but when you're just talking about the ease of building them, those characters are mad straightforward. They're like very, very straightforward, right? So that's the biggest reason why I still do my own tier list and I'll still sit and try to explain everything, because there is a reason as to why and why not something is a case, right? So it's like, when you think about like, okay, if I tier a unit here, what would make them a tier, just say triple S or double S or S? Sometimes it is a matter of full build, full skill ups, full X, Y, and Z, versus this character is just that as soon as you open them out the box and you get them, they just work. And you could literally have like low end gear on them and they still like go through the game and just thrash stuff. So you said, can you tell me what stat and skill should I aim for Messiah? I think it's skill 3. And Messiah is another one of them. He needs crit rate, crit attack, and crit damage. He needs to be fully built. You said Veronica's S tier for having thought. Yo, you said I'm trolling. Wait. You said I'm trolling. Seriously saying that because I already showed the public how it works, and out of nowhere, we got new people doing it harder, trying to make things harder. I mean, and that's the thing. I get it. Like everybody's trying to learn the process and stuff like that. And I mean, there's gonna be other things as the game comes out. There's gonna be like I was saying before, there's going to be things in the beginning that might change. They might add a new unit, new players, things might change. But as is right now, I'm not even necessarily a super fan of Tia. Like it's not even my favorite character in this game, but I don't deny value. Her value and utility is what it is. Same thing with Kraken. I told you guys before, I wasn't a Kraken fan. I was an Obel fan. I was a Obel priest. Like I was like, oh no, use Obel. And then when I actually started seeing how Kraken performed in the game, I was like, well, damn, I can't really deny his value, bro. It's like, that's that. You said, but late game, as in like 2-3 weeks after release, for me, it's better to have a bad SSR at the start who would carry me on later, but that's not even going to be the case. So when you think about this, right, most people think that they're already at endgame. They are absolutely not. You're just not. Resource wise, you don't have a perfect shell yet. You're not going to have your perfect modules yet. And most people aren't even going to have that in 2-3 weeks. I'm just be real. You might have a couple of people that might get to that point. But even with that perception, that's not a generalized, give that to the average player perception. Let me pick this character that's bad for early game so I could perform better later. You got to get through early game first before you could even do late game, because that's not gonna speed up your progression. It's only gonna slow it. Like I'm telling you that firsthand. Me picking Rosa technically kind of slowed my progression, because in reality, right now there's dudes that made certain picks. They're literally doing like Hell Mode 4 right now. Like, and then the other thing is too, like, yeah, exactly. Like Endgame is literally, and that's what I was saying. It's like Endgame is not even like a full scoped thing yet, right? Even me and Sion haven't even fully experienced like the end game. We've just have been able to see things at their full builds, but the full build up to that is like a whole nother thing. And so like, even we're like looking at certain things, and that's why we're putting out certain information, because it's like, yo, like, it's not as easy as just jump into your mythic investment. You have to actually build your epic pets, because the other thing is like, how are you going to get to hell mode if you don't even have a solid foundation, or even getting into Inferno if you don't have a solid foundation? So I think that's the big problem. So that's the thing. You said hell difficulty is in game for me. Yeah, all right. Wait till you get to Inferno, because like this is what I was saying before, right? Like there's people that's like, oh, I'm using such and such to do this. Like there was somebody that came in. I think it might have been Legat, the homie Legat. He was like, yeah, bro, I'm using Freya right now to do to climb Terra Matan. And I was like, yeah, that's cute. That sounds cute. But what you gonna do when you get hit with a 200% modifier? It goes from 30% with also the damage, the dungeon itself scaling, right, to 200%. You think Rosa's taking one of these hits? Heck no. She is dead. She is absolutely dead. There's no way you're doing that. And then you have to also realize too, like now there's a 3-turn of immunity that you have to strip. You wasn't worried about that before. So now you're even starting to have to tweak your team to do something different. And that's gonna also, which I will say the speed requirement for this is way higher than if you're trying to do, say, Hell 4. It's just way higher because now you have to strip. And then you also gotta try to worry about not getting rotated to death to where you just get nuked from the beginning. So there's going to be a lot of things that you have to start checking off to actually be able to do this type of content. And then of course, like there's the investment cost. That's what Icebound was mentioning. It's like, dude, like 700K a piece if you want to max it. And then that's also considering that you're probably going to start becoming a little bit more conscious when you start getting some of those mythic drops. You're not going to necessarily be taking pieces all the way to 15. You might actually be leveling them in the segments of 3 because you want to see how it rolls. So imagine how many pieces you're going to be doing that with. Like it's good. It's going to be a grind. And I think that that's the thing. It's like, it's not an idle game. So it's not like you're not going to necessarily go through certain things and it just be handed to you. There's going to be a part of the process where you're going to have to tweak. You're going to have to start fine tuning, starting to be a little bit more intentional with, okay, I need to have a minimum of 6 speed roll on my pieces. You know, like those are things that are going to end up happening. You said, in your opinion, Leon, Doki, Ling Lao, Freya, and Messiah to clear Terramatan late stages. Doki, Ling Lao, no. Absolutely not. She's going to get nuked. Yeah, no, Ling Lao dies in that scenario, by the way. Do you know what a 200% modifier, a 200% modifier is not like, you just walking around like that's nuking like tanks, like they're out of here. That it's like intended to one shot. Freya Messiah could be okay, but I don't even think you necessarily need the Messiah really in that scenario. Doki can work, Freya can work, Leon can work, but you're gonna definitely need you're gonna need more rotation than that because for one, Ling Lao and Messiah, they don't add any value to that. I mean, not even just rotation. You actually need something that's gonna amp you. You need like some form of defense break. Gray can be used in Endgame Terramatan. Dinah, you got close. You got some options there. But yeah, you're definitely gonna want to scowl. Defense break is definitely minimum of something that you're gonna want for Terramatan. You do not want to go in there with no defense break. It's Inferno is gonna end up being attribute advantage and light dark teams, nothing else unless it's death mechanism. Yeah, it actually is more to that. So even for like some of the better teams that you'll see, it's like even some of the speed clear teams, you're talking about like the fastest team that I've been able to do was with a Biotin Dinah. This was when Hoyan was in the game, and it was Biotin Dinah, Hoyan, and Heinrich. And this is with a speed built Heinrich. Heinrich needs to open so he can strip that immunity, buff block, and then land the last word. And then from there, you start going into, I think it's Dinah next in the rotation. Biota needs to go. And then you have the Hoyan last. So she needs to be the slowest. But yeah, that's like that setup. But everybody still has a respectable amount of speed. They're not like super, super slow. But that kind of naturally comes with just like matrix bonuses. And then also your rolls are just much higher. And then when you have fully built pets, the additional speed that you can roll with a base speed, like at certain values, you're not going to really worry about nearly as much because they're fully maxed out. And that's just going to take time to get to. It's more efficient to the drop. That's why, Yazid. So I'm using Dinah, Marvel, Heinrich, Leon, Freya to clear Termaton on Hell, but need more speed. Yeah, so Dinah, Heinrich, Leon, Freya. Yeah, you're cooking. Yeah, that's a good team right there. That's absolutely a team that can work. Yeah. You said, is this the last day for the beta? I think it's like four more days. Yeah, she's up there. Yeah. Yeah, Tiamat is one of those ones. She's one of those ones, fam. But yeah, so that's the dungeon, man. Like, and it's kind of like one of those things like the people are gonna want to argue it, but it's like, dude, what are the average players gonna do? Not what you can do. It's like, what are the average players going to need to do? So I don't know, man. It's just that, like, I prefer to technically start with like other stuff, but I wouldn't tell somebody new to start off with anything other than like the Tia start if they don't really know anything. It's like crit am, then vulnerability, then the true damage from crits, then probably a defense break pet to nuke 'em. Yeah, so things like when people actually are able to farm Revelation is going to be really good. Twilight Knight still works because of that built-in defense break that you get. You know, if you have the rotation set up right with the skill ups and the speed for your defense break or your damage scale, then going for anything that's going to help you with scaling your crit damage is going to be really nice for some of those units. So it's a lot of stuff. He says, like, something I heard, saw earlier in the stream. So Dot is really good. Like, can I build reasonable teams? Most, if not all PvE content. So I love Dot strat, but I thought it wasn't good. Well, no, Dot. So just like everything in this game, Dot has its areas where it doesn't perform. There's some areas where Dot just won't land, right? Like just that, right? Or the enemies can purify your Dot. So the problem with Dot teams isn't necessarily their ability to scale. It's when you fall into a scenario where Dot doesn't work. When Dot doesn't work, it just doesn't work, which a lot of the Dot units immediately lose value as soon as their Dot doesn't work, because what else are they doing, right? So like if you think about, okay, let's take Dot away from Sania, what does she do? Like she doesn't really have much value. You know, so even when you're looking at, like, for example, Obel, if you take Dot away from him, what is he doing? He just literally stuns. Who else can do that? Like, you know, you can literally, I would even say you just, at that point, just substitute stun for pushback. At that point, if you take Dot away from Fangus, what does he do? Right? Like, that's another thing. Like, it's like, okay, he's a standard DPS without the crazy modifiers. Like, that's that. So it's that for those characters. So Dot can be very, very strong in the areas that it works. And it does work in a lot of the shell component of the game, but I would definitely say, like, even when you're talking about like the in-game push and pushing some of the higher Doki Dokis, Terramatons and stuff like that, it's all about speed tuning. That's literally that, a skill up investment, cooldowns, and speed tuning. That's the biggest thing with Dot teams. Dot teams are all about, especially if you're going with like 100% Dot team, it's all about the wear down. So you have to have your rotations on point. That's the biggest thing with it, especially if you're using Shadow Sania, so that you can detonate at the right time. So yeah, that's just kind of what it is, I guess. We could go Dot here, but we're gonna go keep the Heinrich. Wait, what else do we have? Boom. I guess we gotta go. I guess we gotta use you, buddy. Wait, but he might not have no gear on. Yeah, he has no gear, so that's for sure a clapper. So me saying that was me working on a team you said you were speed farming with. So I know most people can't work out what's going on that way. Yeah. As far as the Dot team, like it literally is just a ton of investment. Like you literally you're not really focused on anything else. And because even Shadow Sania, she needs to have her skill 3 skilled, and I think it's her skill 1, because her skill 1, if I remember this correctly, because me and one of the homies, we got into a debate on like what skill was better to do, and we came to the conclusion both were actually really good to do if you want to build her, but it just kind of depends on your preference. So like her first skill node actually affects her passive, so increases chance of inflicting dot through her passive. So if you want her to proc more dots on her own, increases the duration of dot inflicted by the passive to 2 turns, you do her skill 1. But if she's working on a team, you're going for that reduction on the cooldown, because that'll allow you to detonate more. So like it's gonna be some units where, depending on the scenario you're in and what you're trying to do, your investment will change. Because the second one is just like, I mean, this one is still really good too, because you get the extension and you can get the reduced cooldown. But yeah, the skill 3 and the skill 1, because this one directly affects her passive, that ends up being a really, really good investment for her too. You said Dot is optimal against high frequency enemies. Yeah, like anytime, and that's what's gonna happen too. They're gonna get really, really tanky, and Dot is really, really oppressive against them, to be honest. Yo, what's good, Arrow? How you doing, fam? You said, but no area where Marvel doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, that's just pushback in general, though. If there's immunity, though, then obviously you have to just kind of change up the order in what you do stuff. Like, you have to strip the immunity. That's kind of like where some of the stages end up going. Like, Terra Matan starts out with a built-in immunity on the first turn. So, like, that's when at least you go into Inferno. But yeah, after that, it's just kind of GG. All right, let's see. I'm gonna give you. Let's see, whose shells are we stuff are we gonna give you? We're gonna give you. I think I'm using Sania there. So let's go. We're using Ling. Are we using Ling Lao? Wait, is she geared though? I don't think so. Nope. Oh, she hasn't been geared this whole time. No wonder. Okay, Rose is good. Kraken's good. We gotta, okay, yeah, we just gotta put gear on Oval and Ling Lao. So let's see, I'm gonna just give her, where's she at? Am I blind? Where's my Ling Lao? Okay, there we go. All right, don't answer that, chat. Yeah, don't answer that. He said, what do you think you will use for Shadow Flame Hoyano on this account? I haven't even thought about it, actually. I haven't even thought about it. I'm trying to remember what I used to clear that before. It was something like mad specific. You said, I assume you mentioned it before, but would you suggest, wait, you said, would you suggest in selector? So I'm torn between Tiamat, easy, but time consuming, early, mid game, and Ramoka, faster, harder, Doki Doki clears early. I mean, I think it's like generally overall in the game, like even with Ramoka can technically work in the beginning if you really want her to. It's just the biggest thing that we were like kind of talking about is like having roles fulfilled that you're gonna need as you start progressing. Like it's gonna be very helpful to have somebody that can tank or taunt, you know, the damage or help damage share. Ramoka is good, but she is just a damage dealer, right? Like that's the biggest thing with her. Her whole gimmick is about damage, stunning the unit that she's, you know, isolating, and then splash damage, right? So I guess it kind of sort of falls into the same thing with Freya, except Freya is even like in a worse situation because she's not the best in slot unit for even dealing with things like Doki Doki. Like that's the thing. Like even when you're looking at like her compared to like Ramoka at Endgame is like just straight up one tapping everything. Like she's really strong when she's fully built on a properly built team. So I would say like really it's at that point it's really what you feel like you're gonna be able to enjoy. And if you have in your head options that you can filter in to make it work, you can go for it. But I would say like if you feel like you don't really know what you're gonna do, I just feel like Tiamat's a really safe pick. Yeah, Tiamat's a really safe pick, like to be honest. And then she does the same thing. And the thing is that Tiamat isn't like a hassle. I think a lot of people are just building Tiamat wrong because they're emphasizing the PvP build for her versus her PvE build. And it's like, well, I get it. You want to do PvP, but you need to do PvE first. So it's like, I don't like everyone that's saying Tia's hard to build. I'm like, in what universe is she hard to build? She only needs one stat. I would say Ramoka's actually harder to build than Tia. Like at that point, because even with like the speed thing, like she really just needs bulk and rotating. That's really it. Like the bloodshed stacks are gonna come, you know. So, and I would even say even at that point, you can still build bulk with Bramble if you really wanted to. So every time she hits, she can retaliate and do stuff. You said Ramoka is really good for Doki Doki. Yeah, she is. She absolutely is. You said with Victor being good in Terra and somewhat in Aurora, when is he a good character to invest in? To be honest, Victor is he's another unit that also can be built fairly high end. I think really with Victor, he's not a bad unit. I would say like maybe like late mid game, really, for you to really get the full value out of him. I mean, you can use him early game. He definitely can work, but I still feel like you need somewhat decent DPS gear. He does scale his own damage. He has the sustain, but even with Victor, in a lot of scenarios, I would still argue he's a better unit than a lot of other units because he can self-sustain. He has damage reduction. He can heal himself. The problem with him is that you don't necessarily need single target stuff for everything. A lot of stuff can still be built or still be beat with the AOE unit that you might go for on your selector, which is a lot of the case. So. You said once the other attack sets open up in Terror, he really pops off. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, so it's like you can get him to definitely work. You just need the gear for him, really. You say, wait, what did you say, Sion? Hold on. Yeah, he's having a fit right now. You said, you'll be shocked how many DMs I get of people saying, help my Tia build and it's speed Tia. I want to flip a table. So I don't know who started that dumb crap, but. So I'm gonna smack them on the play. Bro. I'm gonna be honest. It's more than likely somebody, which again, I get it because it's like, okay, you're trying to do PvP, which I get, but you can't really do PvP if you don't have her operating and clearing PvE. And I also think like it's one of those things where it's like, E7, you could argue like in certain aspects, you can kind of build certain things and do certain things because they are at a certain point in the game where you can build units for PvP and stuff like that, right? But even then, I'm like, dog, like even with Tia, she doesn't need to be the opener. Like they nerfed her taunt, so she's not taunting all the time. That's the other thing. So I feel like even with Tia, you could literally just have a rotator. Like literally, like, and I think that's the thing. It's like, I get it. Tia has a lot of utility, but you don't have to overextend her to get to make her viable. Like that's the thing. To be honest, you just run a rotator and she still will cook a team. Like I think that's the thing. So you said, I know, right? She doesn't need to be built fast. Mine's on Bramble set, Wellspring set, almost 50k HP. That's what I was saying before. You can still build her bulky with Bramble. She does not need to be fast. And the thing is that still gives you viability in PvE and PvP. Like you don't have to build her fast. Like building her fast cooks her in PvE content for the most part. And that's why a lot of people are having trouble because their build is honestly, it's kind of like half contending for one part of the game and not fulfilling the main thing they need to be doing for progression, which is PvE. You know, so that's the biggest thing. You said my Tia Swift Bramble doing Hell 4. You says it works, but what else are you using though? And this is again like Flame. You have to think about like your own personal experience is one thing, but when like for example, when we make content, we're trying to consider the average player, right? So that's the biggest thing. A lot of people are missing that. They're like, oh, well, I can do. Bro, that's not gonna make up 95% of the community that's still having trouble and can't build. And it's just sitting there like, well, you got lucky with speed rolls or you got lucky with speed gear. I would even argue with my account, bro, my speed gear is ass. So that is already out the option. But you know what's easier to actually do than building speed? HP. Like it's an undeniable fact. It is easier. You are going to more than likely get more HP gear than you are good speed gear. Good speed roll gear. You're going to more than likely get more HP gear. It just is what it is. These games fundamentally set up like that because they don't want you having top tier speed gear anyway. Not in the beginning. So that's the thing. You said I understand that. You said I don't recommend it to casuals. I just know it's not bad. That's the thing. It is bad for casuals. So like that's what I mean by like me and you as a certain type of player. We could do whatever we want, right? Like if I can big brain something and I can go out of the way to theory craft and do X thing, that's perfectly fine. But if we're talking about most casuals, which these are the same people that will play games like say HSR and they don't know why their team isn't working in HSR when they just need to slap more HP on something. And it's because of this idea that everything needs to zero cycle or everything needs to be built a certain way. These are things that happen from gacha to gacha and nobody says anything like, hey, you do know that you can just build your stuff to sustain in the fight, right? Like it doesn't necessarily have to be tanky and that would actually help more players than not. right? Like for example, I was playing HSR and somebody literally told me if I don't have X, Y, and Z for Sunday, he's unusable. Like straight up. They were like, if you don't have this, and this, you can't use him, right? And I'm sitting there like, well, damn, that kind of sucks. Like if I pull this unit and then I literally can't use him for anything because I don't have his light cone, it's like, well, that sucks. And then I just built him like any other normal unit that I would have doing support, and he worked just fine for me. So it was like stuff like that. Like that's what that ends up like turning into. And when nobody says anything, it ends up becoming the formatted thought process. It's like, oh, you have to do this. And it's like, well, no, it's like you can just make things easier for yourself. So that's the thing. You said, is it okay to only have one sustain build? Like on what? You're talking about on Tia or like, because the thing is that over time, you'll get to the point where you can make multiple builds for your characters. That's what's going to be a part of your grind. Like once you get into being an in-game player, your units, for sure, you might have a Tiamat PvP build and a Tiamat PvE build. I think the thing is we're trying to get players to stick with the game and to push past that barrier of I'm trying to progress, right? Like that's the big thing. We want players to stick with the game because I'm already seeing people saying like, yeah, man, I don't think I'm gonna play release. This game is just way too hard for me. I'm like, how? What are you doing? I'm like, how? I'm like, and these are like regular comments. I got people messaging me like, dog, this game, yo, I don't know what to do. I'm like, wait, what's going on? I'm like, guys, like it's not that crazy. So that's why I'm even making the videos in the way that I'm making them to get people to dial back. Like, all right, guys, don't push too far ahead, because what they see is they see people farming Hell 4, but they don't realize like that person might actually have a little bit more of a thought out process, and then also some of the gear to match what they're trying to do. So for your given account, you might need to dial it back. You might need to do Nightmare 3 a little bit more because your gear didn't really get the best of gear yet. Like pieces, like for example, I just started getting effect accuracy pieces, and that's not even a joke. Like that's not even a joke. I mean like 4 days straight, I could not get one effect accuracy piece to drop. And I'm just like, well, damn. All right, like let me try to filter this real quick and go back. So that's the thing, man. You said we need to be able to do different builds for PvE and PvP, like in Summoner's War. You'll get there eventually. Right? I feel like again, QOL that I'm pushing for is for them to have the separate pages for the builds. But again, there is no reason that a player at this point should be investing in a PvP build and a PvE build. That is extremely inefficient. That is just a fact. There's no reason that you're building and focusing, hyperfixating on one character to that degree to where you're not also building to progress in PvE. Like nobody's at endgame yet. And so to be fixated on, oh, I need a PvE and a PvP build, it's not realistic. Like you have to build your account up to get to that point. And that's the thing that I think a lot of players are like, oh, I should be doing Hell 4 now. And it's like, yeah, no, you shouldn't. Like you need to focus on your builds. Like whoever it is that you have built, that you're working on, you got to focus on one build. Even one of the mistakes that I would even say that happens in a lot of these games is that a lot of players don't make foundation gear. So like, for example, they'll try to min-max, but they don't even have foundation gear yet. So it's like, it's like, bro, this is why it's a struggle for you, because you don't even have foundation gear to start off with. And then you try to filter gear to try to get the better roll, right? You're trying to get higher you're trying to get higher substat rolls and stuff like that. You said if you play E7, it's literally the same thing over there. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like you're progressive, Bell, so I feel attacked. So you got to use those hand-me-down pieces. You be hearing me say it. Like that's the thing, man. It's like it's that, man. Yeah, substats is an in-game thing. Like you're starting to tune. Again, if you're more savvier, you might be a little bit more aware. You might start fixating and working on certain things a little bit earlier. But again, when you're talking about majority of the community is going to be casual, they're not going to be doing that. They're already having a hard time trying to figure out if they should build speed or HP percent on the character, let alone do I have a penta roll speed roll? Like, no. Why are you talking about that? Like, that's what I've said that to a few people, like in like day 2. They're like, so I don't even got my optimal speed yet with my quad penta. I'm like, bro, it's day 2, dog. I'm trying to. I'm like, bro, I'm just trying to get past normal into nightmare right now, buddy. Like, I like, I am not worried about that right now. You said, bro, that was funny. You said, he said, dudes be like, I need meta build done the first week of the game. You said try to pit the speed roll on Epic Gear, bro. Just to be mad when you have to delete it, man. Like, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's that, like, right? Like, I get it. Like, there's gonna be those dudes that want to just be that sweaty, but you said there's a hell for clear with Shadow Sania with an unleveled Kachi. Said number 41 by spamming her own dots with lots of turn manipulation. Yeah, it's possible. I could definitely see it. I can definitely see it. And even then, though, what gear did those Kachis and number 41s have? Because they damn sure enough weren't just unleveled and ungeared. They had good gear on. So like, that's what I was saying before. Levels isn't really where you're getting most of your value. It is literally gear. You could have a level 1 Marvel and still outspeed somebody. So the thing is that at that point, if you don't ever get touched, then, I mean, you having like bulk don't matter, right? So I think that's the thing. Like, you literally need to have the speed. You need to have the ability to rotate. And that's still going to be coming from gear and gear and shelves. He said, so I'm looking for early game right now as a set and a main. The right set and the main stat, just one sub that the unit needs. That's, I mean, honestly, that's a starting point. I think that's what I'm really trying to emphasize is there needs to be a structure for most players, because there are some players that are unorthodox and they can just kind of freestyle, do what they want, right? But the average player needs a structure. They need to identify, like, okay, what am I doing in the early game versus what am I doing in the mid game versus what am I doing when I'm starting to progress into the end game, and then what am I doing when I'm in end game, right? Like, and I would even say in between the early mid-game transition into mid-game transition into late game, like, there's going to be different points at which you do different things, right? Like, you said shells are guaranteed a way to get X amount of speed. So a lot of players are chasing gear when they should farm shells. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that's why I made the video I made about shells and really honestly emphasizing epic shells, because of the passive slot 2. Right? So maxing out a shell and doing your passive slot 2, you don't really need to focus on passive slot 1 or 3, right? So that's a whole nother thing. I think they coincide with each other, to be honest. And even with gear, it's not about having the highest gear. It's about having a constant in your highest value of gear. So like right now, most players should have on all their characters, they should be working towards having outstanding gear, and they might have a couple of those mythic pieces that they got along the way for first time clears. But you really want to start fleshing out all of your outstanding gear on your characters. And then when you're starting to shift into your mythic gear, you're not trying to make up for 2 rarities worth of stat that you're missing. So that's a whole nother thing. Whoever's doing X thing still needs to be, like, if you're using a raw damage dealer, you still need to be progressively building them up. But that's why I said, like, even to the point of the Shadow Sania, it doesn't take much to get her to work. It's literally just HP, speed, and effect accuracy, and she just does what she needs to do. And the more bulk you have on her, the better if she has to take a hit. So I think if people focus more on shells early, that will calm them down. Shells are kind of important anyway. Yeah, I think it was like the emphasis of like, and like what I said is a pitfall in this game, which is kind of the case with a lot of these games earlier on. They will allow you to do certain things, and then You create your own pitfall. And that's why, like, there's a lot of players that are like, oh, I don't think they need to have these level parameters or parameters set. And I'm like, well, no, they kind of do, because people, you already see it happening. Even with the parameters, people are already like, like, this game sucks. I don't like I can't farm my gear. And it's like, well, no, you're trying to farm too far ahead and your account's not even ready for that yet, or you don't even have the setup for that yet. And so even with certain dungeons, like, you're gonna have certain things that excel more than others. Some people might have gotten lucky with like some of their light darks, but is that going to be necessarily the case for a lot of players? Or if they're free to play, say they reroll, didn't reroll, is that going to be the case? Not for every player, right? So that's why I don't even really factor that. Like, oh, just get a Shadow Sania and then you could just do, like, not everybody's going to do that. And then that also is going to hurt you in other areas of the game. So you said trying to transition to mythic shells is a super investment. So I think the shells are way too expensive to build. This early they are. Like that's the thing. Over time, as you play more, as you're farming, taking advantage of 2x drops, with the shell investment, you're gonna be able to. And this is, again, this is what I showed in the video, right? These aren't necessarily wash away shells, right? Because the thing is you're gonna still use these epic shells with the imprint system. When you go to, say, the shells and you look at them, right? Nico Nana, Sharon, right? You're gonna still see epics in hell. Like, that's not there for no reason. You're already level 50. Why would I still be farming these? It's because you already invested a ton into them, and now they have a chance to drop with 3 matrix stats. So you're not just necessarily gonna be throwing these away, right? Like, that's still something that you're going to be building into. You're gonna have a higher chance, more than likely, of getting the epic that you still wanna use or still can hand me down to somebody, as you're then working and progressing on your mythics. And that's what I was saying before, is that shells are going to become a end game thing. Even when you're trying to roll all the passive slots, trying to invest into them, they're just going to take time. And that's one of the things, like, these epic shells that you're getting access to are still end game. Like, they're gonna be what you utilize to shift you to the point of, now I'm working towards my maxed out, mythic units. Because even those are like, oh, well, it's just a shell investment that's going to clap the game. Well, eventually you're going to have to start building up your gear as well. You're going to have to get to the point where you're getting to 3 matrix slots on your gear so that you can actually have more of your matrix bonus sets being fulfilled. And the other thing is too, if you guys think that this is like just the extent of what the scaling is going to be, absolutely not, right? I like, the thing is that the way that they've already been presenting the game, when we go into release, there's going to be that acclimation period. And then literally there's going to be something that even those that's like, oh, I got my Shalcenia and it's clear hell, bro, you're going to be getting clapped with whatever it is that they release, because that's not necessarily the end game. And even to end game stuff, that's still going to be taking a long time to like work up and build up. So it's going to be a process, long story short. It's just is what it is. It's absolutely going to be a process. You said mythic shells are level 50 things to take on. So I think you really shouldn't worry about them until you hit level 50. That is too much strain on your resources, and you need to build units, gear, and shells. Something has to give. Yeah, that's very true. That's what I mean. Like, it's like that like, okay, yeah, you got a couple of your freebie ones that, are really nice, but it's like, when you're really thinking about it, that's why I'm like, dude, like Twilight Knight, Black Flag, like, these are still really strong pets, and you don't necessarily get a direct replacement for them. Because even if you go to White Fang, the problem with White Fang, for example, right? White Fang is great if you have the damage and if you have the proper setup to amplify your damage. Twilight Knight still ends up being kind of cracked because it can literally proc a 50% defense break for you. So if you take this off, that could drastically change whether or not you're clearing something, just because that could be a window at which where you normally don't have the character's defense break up. This will go when it's your turn, and now you're scaling your own damage. Like, that's a night and day thing, right? And then it's 60% when it's awakened. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Earth. Like, that's the other thing. So that's why I said, it's like, a lot of it is that, like, everybody's like, oh, I'm just gonna get the end game, and it's like, bro, it's really honestly gonna cook people, because you're like, these aren't even the same thing. White Fang is better in a scenario where you can set up your own defense break, right? then you're getting the straight damage and then the crit damage stacks from that, so you can scale your damage. But Twilight Knight is going to be way better because of that defense break. Like, it just is. That defense break is insanely huge to help you out with a lot of your content for autos and stuff like that. I took this off, and and it's crazy. Like, if you take a pet off in some scenarios, it literally will make your clear not work anymore. Like, as soon as I took this off my Leon, my Terramatan started like going all over the place, and I was like, okay, like. So I kindly swapped White Fang off, and I gave it right back to my Rosa, because she's not really infrastructed in any of my team comps to need that. But as soon as I took that crap off my Leon, started messing up my teams instantly. You said, how many Twilight Knights do I have built right now? Well, right now I only got maybe 2 somewhat built. And really I'm about to max that one out. So let me see. If we go to my shells, I got 2, because I got 1 on Gray. I have 1 on my Leon, and then like the rest of them, like, dude, I got some mythic packs, but they just sitting here. But if you look at my dupes for Twilight Knight, he about to get built. Like, that's the thing. I'm just saying. You said, okay, Hell Terror 3, Farm Unlocked, said Marvel, Leon, Messiah, Freya, Dinah. You said feels good. You said, and congrats on that too, RNJ. So yeah, 2 Twilight Nights on that clear clutch. Yeah, so point in case, right? Like, it really is it helps a lot. So I think that's the thing. Like, it's just being more clear on that. And that's why, like I said, I was trying to put out some videos talking about that stuff today, because that was like the biggest issue that I've seen a lot of people were running into, is they just simply didn't realize, like, okay, what's the efficiencies in farming? Like, okay, somebody asked me about, like, even gear farming, like, say, Nightmare 3 versus Hell 1, 2, and 3. The thing is that, like, the drops are, like, still kind of, they're all right. They're not crazy, though. But you're still farming outstanding gear all the way up until Hell 3. Like, right? Like, Hell 4 literally is where you start getting some of the better mythic drops. And even then, I would say you could still get, like, for example, I'd say Hell 3 might be, like, a sweet spot for people to start farming it. But even into Hell 2, it's going to give you way more outstanding than you're going to get mythic. And so, like, in reality, you're technically farming, what is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pieces? 9 different pieces? Versus when you go into Hell 4, it literally drops down to just mythic. So it's only, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, it's it's just a grind. And I don't even think a lot of people realize they were naturally doing it. Like, if you look at any of the modes, you weren't farming normal 1 and 2, you were farming normal 3 if you needed a couple of pieces. And that's just because it's only purple drops there. You're not getting blue. If you went into hard, you weren't farming hard 1 and 2, you were farming 3. It's only epic drops in there. And then when you push into Nightmare, it's the same thing. You're not farming 1 and 2. Because you can still get epic pieces. You're like, yeah, I'm going for Nightmare 3. Like, it gives you more, it just gives you more value. So like, and so like those things combined with the pushing your shells too far, that's why I feel like a lot of people aren't like clearing stuff. Like, it's like little things like that. And then, yeah, absolutely, Sign. It's a stamina trap. That's literally what it is. Because it's like, okay, we're going to have you spend the same stamina, but we're going to give you a more diluted pool, basically, for farming. And so that's kind of like those little things that, like, I would say that free to play's job, I would say, or their goals are really going to be to try to be as efficient as possible. That's always the goal, where you're not spending money. And then I would even say for spenders, with the way stamina refills are set up, you still want to be efficient, even as a spender. This is probably one of the first games where I would like truly say that, like, even as a spender, you still want to be efficient, because stamina is still, like, if you say you were doing max refills, you don't still want your refills to just go to anything. You said, I want those bears for my Rahu, whose build is getting there, and I need that shell for that epic replacement. Oh, you're talking about Artisan. Yeah, Artisan is nuts, dude. I love Artisan, because that scaling on Rahu is actually really, really good. I think it's like 770%. Or sorry, 770 flat flat defense when you max this, I think it is. And I think it's hold on, it's 380. Hold on, let me see this real quick, because I thought it was 770, unless I read that wrong. Where you at, artisan? No, it's 700. It's the 440% defense scaling off of the for the shield. Thank you. I got it. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. Um, you said not gonna lie. I picked Biotin on my next selector, bro. A lot. I'm telling you right now, a lot of CN players had did that. Granted, I mean, I will say like that is gonna be an interesting. Thank you very much. That's gonna be an interesting start for sure. But yeah, Biotin's in my top three, man. Like literally, I think it's Tia, Hellkid, and Biotin. And people are like, Biotin? I'm like, bro, you know how much stuff Biotin does? Like, she's insane. She's absolutely insane. And she actually works really well for your Leon too. All right, guys, I actually got my other things so I can pull up both my chats at the same time. I've been reading both my chats on one screen. That has been like the hardest thing to do. Yo, Ritual said, are you gonna bring the rest of the class brownies? Yeah. Yeah, she got me a smoothie. She got me a smoothie. I appreciate it. And your phone. You said this is why I see Biotin and Victor. Yeah, bro, yeah. Yo, honestly, Biotin works with a lot of units in this game. Another one that I'm actually really starting to see a lot of value in, and it's just because of how she scales. So she kind of does play that role of like tank, which is like Tsukiyomi, man. Tsukiyomi is like really nice paired up with a damage dealer. But if you notice, like that's kind of like the argument with a lot of these characters. It's like, well, if you want to go Rosa more optimally, then you probably want to also have Tia to make your life a lot easier, especially when you're first starting out, right? And so like Tsukiyomi is great when you pair her up with somebody that she can basically enable that's doing damage, because that rotation, man, like that is just a scary thing. It's like, oh man, I know I'm about to get cleaved right now. You said wife material? Yeah, man. That's why she got the ring. Hey, listen, she went and yeah, I mean actually I was just gonna order it, but she actually wanted to go pick them up, so I appreciate her. People forgetting Hoyan is a thing. Yeah, Hoyan is a thing. I mean, Hoyan was also a really interesting start as well. And I think really with her, it was the fact that she could die and then do a whole bunch of scale damage, but you still needed a pretty crazy build for her too. It said, "Gotta show Mia some love." Mia actually is good, but the problem is this, okay? It's just the fact of picking a healer in the beginning. That's all it is. Like, that is literally all it is. Granted, what she does is up there with Ling Lao. Like, and this is, even I would say, even with Ling Lao, the main reason why you don't pick her is because you can get her for free. So it's like, is Ling Lao technically like the worst pick? Not necessarily. Like, Ling Lao will help you with just surviving a lot of stuff, especially being able to build her early. Like, if you can get your selector and then you pull a Ling Lao early, that's actually kind of God tier. Even if it is going to end up being a dupe when you get the free one, that's still really nice. But yeah, Mia's a solid unit. Her values definitely fall a little bit more. They're a little bit different than Ling Lao in a lot of ways, because she has like the shield, she has the damage reduct. She still can heal. You know, Ling Lao is a lot more emphasized on immunity, so for like prevention of debuffs, cleansing. Her healing output is just really insane. And Ling Lao needs to be able to rotate too to some degree, so that she can keep your team up. You said still good at PvE, but you said PvP healer. See, that's the thing, Icebound, with this game, and this is one of the things that I think I love the most about this game, is that the devs did a really good job with making it to where every unit has viability in PvE and PvP. And it's not like something stupid like, oh, they just do this in PvE. Like, it's like, no, they actually have like a whole role, but they also have a whole role in PvE and PvP too. So a lot of the units are like that. You know, like even like if you look at some of the other single target units like Obero or Sutomo, those units are still really, really solid for what they do, even just as single target damagers for their respective attribute. And when you're going into attribute lock content, they're going to be amazing in those things. Like, that's like the thing, like even with Sutsuma, I can't wait to actually build him on release, because that man be straight nuking stuff, like for real. And I mean, a lot of the damage dealers can get to that point where they just straight nuke stuff. Hold on, let me actually close that out. All right, there we go. Is that Biotin's great pick to start too? She does multiple things. Yeah, she's dope, man. Yeah, she's dope. All right, so let's finish this, man. We went on a whole tangent, but I hope that was helpful. Dude, we talked about like 50 things at like all at once, but hey, I hope that was helpful. You said, except for dot characters, if only they are viable for PvP except Obel. The problem is, I don't think that they necessarily aren't viable in PvP right now, necessarily. Sania can still work. You would have to have like those specific characters for sure to really get that setup that you really want. But Sania can still work. Sania can absolutely still work. Because like if you threw her into like, say, your pushback CC lock team, you could definitely still run a Shadow Sania. I think like if you're talking about like RTA is a little bit different, because my Etheria team was actually a dot team. Like it was straight up a dot team. I literally use all dot. I had my opener, which was Chiaki the Echo. I would CC with Obel, put dot on them, rotate my Shadow Sania, detonate that. They're still stunned. They would have, and then I would try to rotate Ashu at a weird point to where I would either proc silence, or have him go for the dot. So that was my setup, man, and I was winning hella defenses with that. But when you shift into RTA, if somebody sees a Shadow Sania, she's just gonna get banned because they know what you're gonna try to do. Like there's like, okay, well, that, or if they have a setup that just completely mitigates her, like say they got debuff removal, like they're running a Ling Lao, they don't care if you run Sania, because if they literally purify all her dots, she does nothing. Like her skill 3 will do nothing to you if there's no dots. Like that's the thing. So it depends on the setup. And I really feel like it's the RTA setups right now. Once they implement more units where dot can be rotated in, then dot's gonna be fine. Because it definitely has a pretty solid foundation. You got Fangus, you got Sania, you got Obel. Even Silence actually has a dot in her kit, which is kind of random, but she can do it. Huh?
She asked for you.
Who?
Richard.
She asked for me? Oh, okay.
She literally said your name.
Hey, baby doll, how you doing?
That was the first time she ever did that.
Aw.
Julie said.
She having a good day? Oh, okay. You said smooth with it. Oh no, Bella, that's my niece. she's like 1 year old, man, or she's about to turn 2. Yeah, that's my baby, man. Hey, listen, dude, I'm telling you, the way I am with my, like, with you guys, and like how I try to be as nice as possible, that's just me. I'm like, that's me at home, man. He said, oh, my bad. Yeah, no, dude, I was talking to my niece, man. Yo, you said something with pre-bans, protected slots. Yeah, that's high tier. That's high tier RTA. That's why. Yeah, that's high tier RTA. You said, I see how you locked down Ms. Zox, man. Listen, dude, I don't know, man. Like, I didn't really use no Riz, man. Whatever they say, right? I didn't really I wasn't trying to be smooth, man. I was just being myself. She just like regular old me. So I mean, there's that. Sometimes, hey, that could be the thing, right? Yeah, I wasn't like trying to spit game or nothing like that. Like I don't know, like I just was chilling. And she look, I gotta whisper this. She don't want me to tell nobody, but she actually like kind of chased me. But don't let nobody know that, because she gonna come in here and deny it. She'll deny it till the end of days. She does not want to admit that, but she chased me. I like, you know, I'm just saying. It's the ooh, we telling. Bro, just saying. You know, high key, low key, you know? Bro, he said Zoxaskun got that good guy Riz. Man, you know what's funny? I remember what was it? It was like probably high school. I remember I had this guy that came up to me and he was like, "Bro, like, can I be friends with you?" And I was like, "Yeah, why?" You know, kind of asked him. I was like, "Well, why?" And he was like, "Bro, cause all the girls like you." He's like, what do you do?" And I'm like, "I don't do anything." I was like, I actually don't even talk to him, so I don't even know. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm like, I ain't doing nothing extravagant or special. But I literally had a guy that was like, "Yo, I want to be friends with you because girls like you." And I was like, okay. I didn't know that was a way that or a reason to formulate a friendship. But yeah, I had somebody say that to me before. And a lot of it is I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like that's like one thing I feel like a lot of guys have to understand. I think girls too, it's really important to understand your value. A lot of guys don't get taught that you're just as valuable. Like, having standards, there's nothing wrong with that. I like telling somebody no, it's absolutely okay to do. You should do. I don't know, like it's this idea like that men just have to be a certain way, and it's like, no, you don't. Like, you can have standards too. So that's just how I am. Like, I've always had really high standards. I could probably name collectively the number of people I've dated in my life on one hand. I'm getting cooked right now, brother. All right, hold on. Let me see what I can swap around. He says, "Zach, you got to get the clan." Yeah, for real. He said, "So you got that game?" Nah, I wish, man. I'm not a player, bro. I'm really not. I'm really the like I guess now antisocial doesn't even mean what it means anymore. But I used to always feel like I was just that super antisocial dude. Like, I stay to myself. Like, if you ever see me in public, I'm not like talkative like that. I'm like real quiet. I'm very observant of my surroundings. I just be chilling. Like, I would say YouTube is a big thing that like kind of helped me get out of my comfort zone. I really didn't talk that much. He said, but there's no band protect during the CBT, right? Summon Masters no C1. Yeah, I don't think there is. I can't remember what rank were we in when we were on those max accounts. Were we in the highest rank, Scion? I can't remember what rank we were in. Yeah, my team ain't cutting it right now. Oh, you know who we need? I know exactly who we need. I'm trolling. Wait, actually, can I even put him on this attribute though? See, I wanted to go back to my team and it didn't take me to it. You said being live and entertaining all day is probably nice to have downtime to yourself and fam. Oh, it's probably nice to have downtime to yourself and fam. I like, by nature I am more of a loner. Like, and it's not like, kid you not, I actually really like to be by myself. Like, I just thinking, like processing, reflecting. I actually really do enjoy being by myself. Yeah, so it's like, and don't get me wrong, I do enjoy being around people, but I really enjoy being around being by myself. So you said, "I know you got a sister super pretty also and a super cool mom, so that's the one day you need to come swing by when I'm in your area." Yo, Icebound, you already know the vibes, man. Yeah, the irony is my sister is no, I'm not even gonna put that headache on you. Dude, like, I gotta be honest, because she's my sister. My sister is that sister particularly that you guys seen is a mess. Like, I wouldn't even be like, "Yo, I got a single sister." Nope. If you want nothing but problems, I'm just gonna spare you. Like, I'm just gonna spare you. That's just being honest. You said, so I only seen one that came on stream. Bro, I have 9 sisters, man. I'm the oldest of 9. So, like, my youngest sister that's under me is 27. And then the ages just drop all the way down. You said it can't be that bad? Oh, no, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. You said 9? Bro, what? Yeah, so I actually have one brother. And it's always a joke that I make on stream, but I have an Asian brother. I like he's legitimately half black, half Korean. So like his mom is fully Korean, and obviously our dad is black. So it's just always funny to me because I've told people like I'm like, yeah, bro, I have an Asian brother, and they're like, bullshit, dude. You're not. You're like, yeah, right. You don't got no brother that's Korean, and I'm like, bro, I'm like I don't have a reason to make this up. Like you said, the elusive Blasian, yeah. I have a Blasian brother. I do. And again, he's in college right now, so all of my siblings are a little bit older. So, yeah, he said it's outstanding the rarity you start to focus on substats. Speed, the only substat you focus on. I focus on it a little bit, but still more than anything, main stat is the biggest thing. Matrix bonus, and your pet. Like the thing about the pet investment, and this is why I would say like, it's like one of the things that a lot of us are like looking at, and it's like, well, yeah, pets, right? Is because pets is guaranteed value rolls on your speed. So the base speed that you get per a star investment and levels as you go on the pet are guaranteed. Speed rolling is still going to be more of a thing that you're trying to do on later pieces because the rolls are so random, right? Like you could have the piece with speed and then it doesn't even touch the speed. And that's something that you still don't want to necessarily go too hard with trying to fixate on. And I would even argue for a lot of the game, for you to be able to progress, you don't need to have perfect substat rolls on your gear. Really, honestly, just having the matrix bonus and having your pet rolled somewhat well, or having the pet investment is actually going to carry you, to be honest. So that's why a bit like, again, I was trying to refocus everyone, like, don't push mythics, still work on your epics because the investment in your epics are going to be really, really good. You said Korean Zoxaskun is crazy. Yeah, I mean, bro, the crazy thing is that, like, so my dad was in the Air Force, so that should kind of tell you everything there. Yeah, my dad, yeah, not even, Rolling Stone, he was like a rolling mud ball. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, my dad is a different dude, that's for sure. But yeah. You said 9. It's crazy, man. So I had 3, and that's a lot. Yeah, I got 9. So yeah, man, I think that's another reason why, like, even like with women generally are like just a soft spot for me. Not even just like really because of, oh, they're women, but because I have so many sisters. So all my sisters, like, I'm kind of like, because like even for a lot of my sisters, I'm kind of like their father figure in a sense. So they don't look at me as their older brother. They look at me like this is somebody that I kind of am like, that I kind of like look up to. Like, and even like my sisters, at least in their words, they're like, yeah, you know, my significant other is just like you. That's what they always say to me. So I just like, yeah. But that's just how it is, man. So I mean, a couple of my sisters I actually helped raise. So that's a whole nother thing. I think my youngest sister is I think she's turning 3. I think my youngest sister is 3 years old, man. You said the male role model said all their boyfriends need approval. Yeah, you said 3. Nah, bro, my dad literally had a baby like this is my younger sister. That's out of all my sisters, she's the one I don't know the most or like as well because like, I mean, she just kind of got here. Like I met her, but I like obviously, you know, didn't really grow up around her, and it's such a big age gap. Like, she knows who I am and stuff like that, but I ain't like hanging out with her and stuff like that. Like my other sister that's under me, like we grew up together, so it's a little bit different. So that's awesome that you're a positive role model in their life. Gotta be, man, because they watch me. Like all my sisters, I have one of my sisters wants to do YouTube, and she wants to actually become a tattoo artist and stuff like that. And they got like they're watching me. Like that's the thing. That's why I'm like so adamant about being and doing the things that I do, because I got 9 girls watching me. You said, how am I? I'm 28. So yeah, we almost in that 30 club, man. Yeah, I'm 28. You said, not gonna lie, my sister said that I would be weirded out. Though I get what she meant. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. Most girls look at their dad as a point of reference. I mean, I feel like even some guys use their mom as a point of reference for who they end up with when they get older. So, yeah, I mean, like my fiance has a lot of the qualities that my mom does. Because like when you think about it, and it's like studies that prove that like your first love is technically your parent. Your parent is your first love. And people make that weird, but that's not how kids look at things. They look at it as, ooh, I like this is somebody that's caring for me, so I love them. Like kids don't express things in that weirdo scenario that adults kind of will formulate. Kids are like love is love, so they're just like like they're just expressing that. They're not looking at like all those other the social constructs that we create as adults. So kids are just affectionate by nature. They're very loving, and so the thing that's influencing the most, a lot of the times, like most girls will gravitate to their dad. A lot of guys gravitate to their mom. That's usually the case. Um, you said you said that's cool, bro. Yeah, it's just I don't know, it is what it is. Yeah, 97, man. Yeah, 97. Yeah, yeah. It said my team build. I said I need to send a pick up, but I'm lacking on silver to finish a few skill ups. Where's he at right now for you? You said music soul child streamer. I'm dead. You said yeah that psychoanalyst scruff. Yeah, yeah. You said they teach you how to wait. You said that's awesome. You said on Zox becoming unk status. So they teach you how to love and how to be loved based on your relationship. Yeah, yeah, 1,000%. So yeah, man. I mean, that's the reason why I'm the way I am, man. Like I'm a firm believer in like you can be a nicer person or you can be a better person in certain ways, but there's like a lot of things like people are kind of born the way they are in a lot of sense. Like there's people like I always try to like, and that was like one thing I had to teach my younger sisters was like, it's a difference when like you're thinking of things in the format of like, okay, this is something that you hear a lot, right? So a lot of parents would teach their kids, be nice, be nice, don't do this, don't do that, right? Like play, share your toys, be nice. Being nice is something that you do. It's like more of an like it's more of an action, right? Like being nice, like you're just you're kind of coexisting, versus if you're a kind person, right? Being kind, like when you're kind, nice and kind are not actually the same thing. Like so when you're a kind person, kind is a lot different. Like that's like a part of your makeup. Like when you're a kind person, you just want to do stuff for people just because. Like you never hear a parent say be kind, be kind. Like no, they'll say be nice because it's like we're out in public. Like share your stuff or don't be so aggressive or don't be so rough. But when you're talking about like kind people, they just are really sweet. Or when they walk into a room, everybody feels their energy and it's like wow, like it's cool to be around them. Like like it's a completely different thing. So I feel like for me, I'm genuinely a kind person. Like if somebody's going through something, I feel bad. Like I'm not like I'm not so self-absorbed in my own situation, which I have stuff going on, but I'm not so self-absorbed to that degree where I'm just like, ah man, like sucks for you, like I'm not like that. So yeah, it's a completely different thing. Yeah, empath. Yeah, being empathetic. Yeah. You saw says I swear hate girls hate to roll stats that are good for the set that they come on. Well, I think historically in a lot of these games, they're almost like coded to roll bad. so, so that's why I think like whenever you try to formulate a progression pathway, you try to avoid certain things because even in the lower spectrum, like they just are that way. Like there's just like a higher probability you're just gonna roll bad. The probability and the odds of you getting a really really good piece to roll, it's like it's probably like a whole like less than 1%. It's probably like a point something percent. Um, you said my parents just slapped. I didn't hear nice or kind. No, dude, I got whooped a lot as a kid. I am not gonna lie, but I think my last whooping was probably like 12 years old. But Yeah, I got the beatings. I got the beatings. He said empathy is the same as kindness, though. He said just caught the end of that. Oh no, I wasn't necessarily saying they were the same thing. I'm just saying like the type of person I am, like certain traits I have. They like a lot of those things are like fundamentally who I am. They're not things that I developed. Like I didn't develop empathy. I've always been an empathetic person. Like I didn't develop kindness. I've always been kind. That's what I was saying. Like there's some people like you can learn how to be nice, but being kind is a whole like a kind is like being kind is a part of who you are. Like this is it just like it's same thing like you can learn to be more empathetic, more caring, right? But yeah, there's certain things that like some people are just like they're packaged with from birth. Like it's society and social norms that change a lot of those things too. That's the thing. You said check Discord for the pick. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, society makes things more about self and stuff like that. Which in when you're really looking at it, you do have to care about yourself and put yourself first in some areas. You don't want to be so giving of yourself that you don't take care of yourself. Like there's a lot of there's always the it's like too much of anything can be bad, right? Oh, your Ting's looking tough. Your Ting is looking tough, bro. 70. Oh yeah, and then if you land the crit on the or you do the mark, then you get the automatic crit, and then if you have any crit buffs, then yeah, GG. And then 82% additional to the crit damage, and then you get the conversion over 100% crit. Yeah, your Ting about to be slapping. Yo, the Ting is great, man. He's definitely, like I said, I feel like he's the closest to Hoyan currently in the game, to be honest. You said Twilight Knight is the current shout. Yeah, and then you get the defense break. That's what, yo, dude, that's what I was saying. Like, it's like what you kind of see is like, oh, okay, I gotta build that. The game feels much better. And you got really lucky on your pieces too. But then again, what are you using for hell right now? I feel like you told me already, but and actually, hold on. I think I can see your team. Wait, is the same team you're using for hard the same team you're using for hell? Or that you use for hard the same team you use for hell? You said the team is awesome. Yeah, the team is crazy. He's actually crazy for damage. It says my Ting hits for like 40k or more each hit on Terra. It's so nice. Yeah, he's crazy. Oh, you changed the team? You said should I stop at level 9 or 12 or 15 for outstanding? 12 on average is going to be most of your pieces. You might take a couple to 15 depending on the piece. So I would say like things that are going to be the thing that gives that character the most value. That might be the thing that you will take to 15, right? But other than that, it's not gonna, you don't necessarily have to do every single piece. The base stat values also are higher too as you go up in rarity. So you actually end up making up for some of the stats. Like say, like for example, your other pieces are at like 9 and you go to 12 on the next rarity. It actually ends up being way more stat yield that you get. And so for the pieces that you're taking to 15, that's even more stat yield that you get. Three said, oh, hold on. Let me look at it from here. He said I only used the Ting with Lily for Hell 4 Terra. He's crazy. Yeah, him with Lily is also nuts because you get the scaling too from her, and she gives more crit damage, which that's just a crazy combo anyway. Said Marvel, Leon, Lily, the Ting, and I played with the last slot. It's not consistent yet. Oh, okay, fair. So wonder how many days of full stamina refreshes it takes to reach 50. Like 9 or 10, a lot, and you ain't gonna have no hydro crystals. Like, yeah, so again, a lot of people, including other content creators, are seeing exactly what we were saying. The diminishing return kicks in at level 40. Like, because and it is just not because you're not still gaining currency, but because your cost is so high. And then the stamina that you would actually be refilling per level that you were getting prior, you start only being able to gain like one level, which isn't like, it's not really giving you a good return value. So at that point, if you're free to play, it's like, again, now mind you, remember what we just emphasized, how you're still needing to farm your epic pets or your epic shells, and you're still going to be building a solid foundation for your outstanding and then going into your mythic. a lot of players are now seeing like, well, I don't really need to go so hard with trying to push into hell just yet, because I still need to be getting, and I still need to invest in my pet. I still need to like flesh out my stuff. So that push into hell, you want to be able to seamlessly go into that, so you're not struggling nearly as much. You said, when do you stop for arena refreshes though? I mean, to be honest, for arena refreshes, I've already stopped. So what day are we on? Like 8? Like I really don't do them. I kind of feel like with arena, it's as much as you want to do, really. The biggest thing is like, what am I? I'm in platinum 2 right now. And then like weekly, your challenge time is 20, and you get what, 5, 10, 15, 20. So in reality, for you to just do this weekly challenge, you only need to do arena 5 tickets 4 days out of the week, and you'll have all 20 of these done. So that right there is, what is that? 6, 12, 18, 6, 12, 18. So is that's 32? 3,200? Did I do that math right, chat? I think that's 3,200. So really the whole point is that you're doing your dailies, you're building up, what's it called? Arena start emblems. Is it 36? Was I off? Yeah, it might be 36. And then from there, you're using that as you need it for the things that you need it for, whether it be Etheria coin or training data. Ultimately, you're going to get to the point though where you're just stacking that, and you're then only going to really be trying to get like, say, the orange shadow prints and like the latices. But I feel like in the early game, we found that the best investment is Etheria coin, for the most part. And then if you need the training data, you can also get it from here too. But that Etheria coin is huge. He said, so I say platinum is a good place to sit on. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at. I'm not like going crazy. Yeah, for the rank rewards. Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah. That is something that's actually really, really true. Because yeah, the rank rewards and platinum is actually pretty solid too. Where is it at? This is, well, I'm in platinum 2 right now. So weekly fixed rewards is 1,300 with 260 Hydra crystals. And then for the season, I would get another 520 and 2,600 emblems. And yeah, I would say that's pretty solid, because really, like the Hydra crystal yield going higher, I mean, granted, like that's 30 more. I mean, sure, I guess that could make up a difference, but you're really not going to see a significant shift unless you're going into like Masters Mythic, really. Like I just feel like you can go crazy if you want to, but even like the arena start emblems increase isn't like super crazy until you start getting into the season settlement. So you said, yo, what's good, Tyrese? How you doing, fam? Yeah, the progression is fine, fam. Not too bad. Denani, you said you're going to sleep. Have a good one. Yo, take it easy, Denani. Have a good night, all right? You said rushing the Endgame ain't worth the trouble. And that's coming from a vet. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not, bro. Like that's what I said. It's like right now, I think it's that, right? Like we got to enjoy where we're at. It's still gonna be competitive. People are still gonna be building up stuff, getting to that point. Somebody could have mythic gear and still get outsped, by the way. Like that is that's a thing. Like their role, they could have mythic gear, but their role still be trash. Like that's the other thing with this game that's gonna be funny. It's like, dog, you can have it. I mean, and even with the triple matrix bonus, if you already have your 12 slot on your speed, for example, you're still chilling. The mythic pets is still like, I mean, dude, if you're pushing mythic pets, that's crazy anyway. Like, and I would say even for me, some of the first mythic pets that I'm gonna push are definitely gonna be the ones for my rotations, like for sure. Because the better you can rotate, the better a lot of the times your team can perform in a lot of stuff too. So like most of my shell investment, like I would say starting on my mythics for the most part, are gonna be going into the shells that are gonna help a lot of my supports. Because even for like my damage dealer, like Leon, like bro, Twilight Knight, like I said, Twilight Knight is crazy. Just because of that built-in defense break. So I made the mistake of using my reroll currency on unique shells. So I'm gonna pay attention for launch. Hey, at least it's the beta, right? And that's another thing. That's what I showed in the last video I did. This resource right here, it's called the no, it's not training data, it's reconfig chips. when you start actually spending these, dog, they're gone in like 2 seconds. That's another that's another reason why I was like, like, you probably don't want to go too crazy on those, because like then you got to refarm them, and then you start talking about the costs, right, of training data. 30K a refresh, that's a lot. Like 30K a refresh, plus then having to also need the reconfig chip, which if you go and you look at, say for example, Twilight Night is cheaper, way cheaper, dude. This is another thing, right? This is another reason why you still would roll your epic ones, because look at the cost. It's 12K to roll a epic pet, and only 3 of your reconfig chips. So it's what? That's 3, 6, 9, 12. That's 1/4 of the cost. So you could re-roll 4 times on your epic pet for the one time that you would roll on a mythic pet. And then even the cost is more than half. It's like what, 60% cheaper? So that's why like, again, it's like, yeah, you don't necessarily get the mythic rolls, but you have a higher probability of rolling stuff that you want, and it's cheaper. Like it's going to inherently be better for your upward progression. And then when you get to the point where it's like, okay, I no longer need the Twilight Night, or I no longer need this because I have the raw damage pack now. I got the right setups. I got my speed tunes. I got the skill ups and all that stuff. You're going to be getting back some of that investment, or yeah, it's a lot of the investment that you put into the shell pet back. So it'll come back to you once you're done with it. But even then, before you delete it, you'll use it as a hand-me-down. So there's just so much that you can do. There's so much that you can do with this stuff, man. Like, and that's the thing. It's like, even with the imprinting, because then when you get into late game, then you're gonna have this third slot, and that's at level 50. But then you can start farming these with the third slot. A lot of people are still gonna be rolling these, because you can then get also the chance of then having another set bonus be in that very last slot too. And so that's going to end up opening up your builds even further for you to be able to do your 8/8 builds a lot more efficiently with the 2 set bonuses and stuff like that too. So it's just a lot of value that you're going to get out of these for a while before you just trash them. Because I even had to think about that. I was like, man, like, if you rush so much of the game to that degree, and you are already at Mythic and you are maxing out Mythics and doing all that stuff, you really wouldn't have much game after the first like 2 weeks. Like it would be no game to play. Like it'd be no game. But yeah, it's like still something that is like, again, I feel like in my opinion, this is still like a very high investment thing. It's gonna take time. And really honestly, it's the grind of the pet, but then also it's like getting the rolls, then rolling the passive effect. Like it's a lot that goes into them. You said there are shells with 3 slots of gear. Yes, there are, but you can't farm them yet, right? So you have to be at the point, which this is the level 50 grind, right? You have to be at the point where you are actually clearing Inferno on each of these respective dungeons. Nico Nana on Inferno has a chance to drop shells with 3 matrix stats, so that's really, really important. You said wait, you said, hold on, I can't see that. Said I made the mistake of, say, yeah, I'm definitely gonna max Awakened Night before going into Mythic. Yeah, Twilight Night is huge. Said, I honestly think Shell should be last in the progression. Just do your best to get relevant stats early, level them up, and leave them there. Come back later. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because yeah, that even with the shells, like I'm not even fixated on them like that. I just got them right now from some of the farming I did, but I haven't put a ton of stamina into like shells specifically. You said, what do you think is more consistent damage, Harvest Onslaught or Onslaught Damage Will? Well, if you're talking about a matter of like potential hits, it's going to be Onslaught Battle Will, but then you have to think about fundamentally what the unit is doing. So like, I don't necessarily care about Battle Will on Leon, because I want her burst damage to do the damage that she's doing. I don't need her to be following up really, unless you want to get more maybe out of like her skill 1 for sustain. I guess that could be a thing that you could build into. But sometimes with those types of sets, what you're basically also playing into is a little bit of RNG, right? So now it's gonna be like inconsistencies in some things, especially as you're working your way up. Like, because now there's always going to be that random 20% chance to follow up attack on the main target. And so it's like, that could be nice. But I would say, like, for me, like with Leon, I just get way more out of her with Onslaught. And then I'm working with Harvest right now on a 4 bonus. But, like, trying to go Battle Will and Harvest on her right now, like, and trying to do all that, like, Rosa gets more use out of that because her kit is actually made for her to be following up and doing stuff like that. So that's actually, like, reinforcing what she already does well. It's giving her more of that. So I have had the Onslaught on her, and yeah, she can hit really hard. But if I'm able to hit into the basic attack, because that's basically what that's doing, right? Which, if you read, for example, the Blade Heart Bloom takes 12% extra damage from basic attacks. When the carrier takes a crit from the main target, Rosa has a 75% chance to deal a follow-up attack to them with her basic attack. All I'm doing is I'm making her, and I'm like basically enabling her to do more damage into her own debuff that she procs. So for her, it makes more sense to go Battle Will, since it actually is playing into what she already does, and it's just going to make her do it even more and even better. Because the more times that she can hit into that Blade Heart Bloom, you're getting that extra damage scale. Versus like Leon, I just want the burst damage. I don't really care about the, like, you know, kind of monopoly or anomalying her to where now there's like the random chance she'll get the follow-up. I just want that straight damage, and when she hits is that's what I'm getting, because you already are kind of dealing with that in her skill 3 anyway. That's like one of the things I kind of hate about her early on, is that sometimes the skill 3, when you're trying to work up, it's like, ooh, like if that would have did one extra hit into the arm, it would have got rid of that. So it already is like RNG and how that's gonna hit. So even like the investment to level 3 on this is actually going to be pretty helpful, because it gives you an extra hit. So that'll make your Terramatons a little bit more safer with her having that extra hit. But yeah, the biggest thing from her is that skill 3 with that turn meter rotate into the skill 2. And then she will use that skill 1 for her to be able to self-sustain. And the other thing I think a lot of people aren't realizing with her is that she has a unique ability in her skill 1. So for each type of buff Leon has, the damage dealt increases by 4.5% up to 5 stacks. So it's actually endorsing the fact that if she's on a team where she's being buffed and has different buffs, she's also going to get a damage scaling from that too. So that's like another thing too. So yeah, sure, Rosa will attack more than the average DPS, but is that 20% chance is cheeks? Well, that's also factoring in the other chance that she has to follow up. So it's not like she's not doing it and then you're just going for 20% chance. You already have a 40% chance to already reduce, or actually, hold on, sorry, wrong thing. 70% chance to inflict the Bloodheart Bloom. And then the thing with her is that you need to be critting, right? So whenever the carrier takes a crit hit as the main target, Rosa has a 75% chance to do a follow-up attack. So 75% chance plus a 25% chance or 20% chance is fair, in my opinion, because you already have a chance to follow up, and those are 2 separate procs. So you have the chance when they crit, and then you just have the chance when boom, and then you just have the chance when there's a follow-up attack on the main target, when there's an attack skill used. So that ends up being really, really nice for Rosa. So people have seen my Rosa hitting like mad times. They're like, yo, how are you getting your Rosa to hit so much? And it's like, well, there's this battle will chance, and then there's the innate chance that she gets. So he said, but the passive doesn't proc on Rosa, or am I confusing? Don't you need skills to use the follow-up? Only Rosa's ultimate would count? No, your allies need to crit. So the thing is that you're like people, that's why everybody on your team needs to have crit. The problem is that most comps aren't being built to make her work. So that's why you don't see her following up. So it literally says, right? It literally says when the carrier of that Bladeheart Bloom, because she needs to proc that from her ultimate, which usually when she goes and anybody hits, if this is an AoE ability, it's gonna hit a lot of characters. It also has a 70% chance at base. That's a pretty high chance. But they need to crit. When they take a crit, when they're taking a crit hit, then she has the chance at the 75% to be able to follow up. But if they're not critting, like say for example, let's take my my Kraken for example. I've built no crit into Kraken. Like all I care about was his bulk and his effect accuracy and his speed. So if he goes, which he will be rotating pretty quick, way faster than her, but he's never going to be critting. Like you might have a crit every once in a while from him, which is why she gives that crit rate up buff, which does help. But you still are going to need to have more crit than 30% crit to see more consistency out of her being able to get that follow-up attack. So that's the whole reason why a lot of players aren't seeing her crit or seeing her follow up much, because they're not building a team around her gimmick. So if you're using her, even like the homie Legat, he has an entire clear right now going into hell. He had to literally shift his entire team to work to get her to proc more so that she could hit more often. Which means that at that early, you're actually losing value in some of the other areas or other stat yields that you might be trying to go for, with you trying to make sure that you have, anywhere from 60 to 70% innate on the character. That means that you're losing value that early on another stat value, because your gear really doesn't start to get too like that crazy until you're at mythic gear. He said, to be fair, I didn't consider the AoE potential. If all your attacks are critting and Rosa is following up, Battle Will is bound to proc. Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's why I said it's like she's already hitting a ton. And then again, this is the bread and butter. Like if you get that AoE from here, it procs her because that's her passive. So it's like if you get this to land this from the AoE, then anytime if any enemy gets hit and they crit, then there's a high chance, which this can go all the way up to an increased chance of inflicting the Bladeheart Bloom, and then increases the follow-up attack rate granted by Bladeheart Bloom to 100%. So with that maxed, oh, she's a monster. Like, because now it's guaranteed. So so at that point, it's like now if you do crit, oh, it's over. Here comes Rosa. Like, like that's what's gonna be scary about her when people actually have the proper built teams and have her fully built. Like, dog, the amount of hits she can do, pretty scary. And so even with like what you would consider the RNG, that's gonna start diminishing because there's just gonna be so many opportunities for her to be able to go off. You said only thing that sucks is it lasts one turn. Well, see, that's the thing, right? It can last for one turn, right? But if you're, say, pushing back and she's rotating, they're not finalizing the turn. Yeah, they're not finalizing the turn. You know, so like that's a whole nother thing. So pushback is gonna be great with her. That's a whole nother thing. I mean, that's like most debuffs. That's like Graceful Mischief is the same way. Like if you never let the ally go, you never can proc the Graceful Mischief, which means you never get the stun or the HP damage. So that's why like with comps with Lilith, you usually have to let them get their turn, because otherwise it doesn't proc the her HP damage and then the stun. So yeah, it's like with a lot of these debuffs, like if you're pushing back and pushing forward your team and then you're also using her and you're still hitting while you're doing those things, yeah, she's gonna hit a lot. Like it's definitely gonna hit a lot. So I think that's why they still give it the one turn, because it's intended for her to be on a team that can rotate. Like that's the biggest thing. She needs to be on a team that's allowing her to be able to rotate, because then you can get more use out of that skill 3, right? So yeah, that's just like you know, kind of the application of her. He says also the reason why I wouldn't suggest it to new people, because the first week you wouldn't even be able to max benefit from it. So you also have to farm for crit, then force units that wouldn't need crit to crit, and also limits teams that you can use in comps. So that's why you see people complaining now that they were great starting with her. Yeah, 1000%. I absolutely agree. That's why I said I feel like even when you're talking about the strategy of using Rosa versus how you apply Tiamat to a team, like Tiamat is build HP. But with Rosa, it's literally, I have to build my entire party to do X thing so that it enables her to do X thing. And then I also need skill up investment, right? Like you need to also skill up your skill 4, or sorry, your skill 3 and her passive needs to be skilled up. And then I would even say, like, for you to really get the most value out of her skill 1, you would definitely, like, I'm telling you on bossing, like, Rosa's insane because of the skill up investment. And that turn meter push with the multi hits and the amounts of times that she can hit, she's gonna definitely be one of the top tier damage dealers in the game. It's just that you gotta build her to really get to that point. So when you're able to get more out of each of these things, that's also going to be taken away potentially, especially when you're trying to do it early from other characters that could just be seamlessly helping you progress across the board, and a lot of other things. You said outstanding amount of people who say Tia sucks. It's like everyone wants to struggle. Yeah, like I said, she's just a much easier option. But yeah, I mean, like if somebody ever comes to me and be like, hey, like, is it impossible to run Rosa? No, not necessarily, but it's definitely a more specific thing to do, and you can get locked in some areas of the game as well. Like that's just like kind of one of the things that can happen. So is that Andrew 2 OP max start Andrew dominating arena? Dude, are you talking about the defense scaling Andrew? You're talking about unyielding Aegis Andrew? Yeah, unyielding Aegis Andrew. I kind of figured that was gonna happen with him because he kind of got a crazy kit for it to be on an R rarity unit, and the amount of defense you can scale on him is insane. Like it's actually pretty insane. So yeah, that with the 45% HP, you can get up to 100% defense boost, and his HP threshold for defense boost triggered is to 65%. Yeah, that's interesting. It said just someone. It said just someone that started a really good speech. Tia Strap said the reason why that ends up bad is because they aren't building the character properly. Yeah, but especially like for what the character does primarily. It's the one thing that's really emphasizing is the thing that got nerfed. So like that's the funny part about it. You said from what what do you think Endgame will evolve into? Well, I think like the way that this game is going, like they're gonna definitely try to implement a lot of the traditional things that we like in a lot of these types of games. So raids, they already have like the co-op features, which I think that like the whatchamacallit is kind of like a test for the game more than anything, like the Phantom Theater. So like things like that, I feel like they're gonna have more cooperative modes. They're gonna have like big raid bosses and stuff like that that probably will come into the game. I feel like the game is going to get to a point where everybody's at max, right? And your accessibility and ability to build units is only going to become easier over time. I feel like as the game ages, they're going to definitely have to reconsider, implementing features and functions like catch-up mechanics. A lot of the reason as to why these games it took them so long to get good is because they never implemented catch-up mechanics, I would say, early enough. By the time they implemented catch-up mechanics, you're talking about like year 5 and 6. It's like, well, like those players will be able to maybe get into the game, but they'll never really get to like that in-game, like, or even being able to touch in-game players' gear, which I feel like for a lot of players, one of the biggest things is, how can I put it? Like for a lot of players, when it comes down to, I guess like getting to that, like I guess like just kind of like the progressive nature of the game, it's gonna get there eventually, right? I think the thing is though is that this game it's doing a lot of the things that a lot of these games didn't have on release, right? Like that's why I always try to remind people, because I'm like, dude, I was there year 1, year 2, year 3 for E7, year 1, year 2, year 3 for Summoner's War, and those games weren't necessarily like the most like friendly games for your early progression. Like even like when we're talking about how we can farm and you can start getting some mythic pieces, which are technically the end game pieces for modules. You already can start getting some mythic pets, like just to kind of get a taste of like, what some of them do. Dude, early Epic 7, you had like level 40 like gear from the story mode in year 1. Like people were using that. It was hard to get the level 75 gear. And we talked about that the last stream, like being able to get to the point of getting to like what was it, Wyvern, getting past Wyvern 7 into Wyvern 9. Like, bro, it was a process. Like nobody, like you weren't just jumping up. Like it was like you might have been stuck on a Wyvern difficulty for a little bit. And so that's why I said like a lot of these things are actual normal pain points that these types of games normally have. So Like that's the thing. Like it's really important to like always be constantly reminding players that too. It's like, guys, this is just the progressive nature of the game. Like you're gonna hit certain walls, you're gonna be stuck at certain parts. You just gotta farm out of it and then graduate. You said yep, like Epic 7. He said sacrifice my epic shells to have 4 level 40 mythics. Alacorn said wet thing for DPS and 2 GB for the supports. Got a good main stat, outstanding mythic. I can't clear hell 2. What am I doing wrong? Well, probably number one that you got rid of all your epic shells. I mean, I probably would have kept. I actually would have invested more into them because there's certain values. Like if you really like say like Twilight Knight, you're not gonna really be getting that from any other pet like at all. Twilight Knight is huge, and epic pets are still going to be carries into Endgame as well. They might not necessarily roll the mythic rolls, but they are still good investments, and you'll still see them dropped even into Hell mode, which is at level 50. And that's because you're going to start getting the Matrix bonus slots unlocked. A lot of it is going to be skill up investment. Again, your shell and pet investment, it could depend. Like I don't know what your runs are looking like, but when you look at like potentially having like say a built-in 60% defense taken out and you go for White Fang, which is just raw damage, that means that your setup for your damage amp needs to have no gaps. Basically, that means that whenever a defense break or erosion or something shows up, you're doing whatever respective damage that's going to give you the win. The reason why Twilight Knight, for example, is so good is because, like, say you take advantage of that defense break that you're getting from a character, but then you have a window where there's no defense up, or no defense break, or there's no erosion, or there's no vulnerability. You can proc your own defense break and then still get some of that scale damage, and that's going to inch you closer to getting a win. So Twilight Knight is actually, like, right now, there's people farming Hell 4, they still got Twilight Knight equipped. like those pets are still good. And it's because you gotta like it's the skill, right? Like that skill, that's 60%, like for example, right? When you go from Twilight Knight, you think, I don't think there's because I don't even think golden lines affect accuracy. I don't even think there's anything that directly replaces that. Because that's literally like at that point, once you graduate out of Twilight Knight, that means that you have more than enough damage to take advantage of a defense break when it organically shows up from a character, for example. So like you don't even have another option for that. Because Jackal Guard is like speed and turn meter. Revelation is just like true damage, and that caps at 180. Yeah, you literally don't even have a direct replacement for that. So that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, you literally don't have a replacement for Twilight Knight. A maxed out Twilight Knight literally is 200% damage to the enemy with the lowest HP percentage and reduces their defense by an additional 60% this turn. So maxing that out is going to be astronomic value. Like that is a huge skill. Like that is a huge skill, and you're not even getting that from a mythic. So yeah, Twilight Knight is still going to be used. Yeah, it's additional. So if you have a defense break, you can also proc this. It's its own defense break. It's not the same. Even when you look at the symbols, they're different. This is like a defense break. It has like a different thing in it. So it's its own defense break. That's why I said like it's like players are just moving too fast. So they're like, oh, I'm at mythic, so I gotta be farming. And it's like, no. Yeah, you're losing value. Like you're like, and it's like then now you got rid of them. Granted, it's the beta, so you can make up for it in the official release. But yellow shell stuff is yellow, isn't it? Rather than the red and blue. Wait, yellow shell stuff? Yes, it does. Yeah. So whenever I'm using, say for example, my Dyna's defense break, you can still proc that defense break coming from Twilight Knight. Yeah, Twilight Knight still can proc. But the thing with Twilight Knight is Twilight Knight a lot of the times is going to, depending on your rotation, it's going to come into play when you're like in between, also on turns where Dinah doesn't have her skill up. Because some people might not have her skills fully invested. And even if you do, Twilight Knight is on I think a 2-turn cooldown, which is faster than Dinah. So it's always going to rotate this before her. That's the crazy part. So like, let's say for example, you're doing Terramatan, Dyna's on a 3-turn cooldown, right? So my skill 3 on my Dyna is actually maxed out, right? Oh, did I take it off of you? Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's why. My skill 3 is maxed out. So actually, sorry, it's a 4-turn cooldown. So for every two, so every 2 turns, and it's like, or so when she uses her skill, you can proc it at the same time. And then when this is on a 2, when this has 2 turns left, you can proc your shell again. So that's one of those windows where you can't proc her skill 3, right? And so like in those windows, what do? You got Twilight Night. Like, so that's the thing. And that of course is like when you're talking about the investment in it, but that makes up that difference. That can literally make or break whether or not you beat it or not. Like that literally is the case. And it's crazy because like I said earlier, I took my Twilight Night off my Leon and I could not clear Terramatan. It was like that weird, it's that cooldown window that is basically supplementing the extra scale damage that I wouldn't be getting. So it ends up helping me with being able to finish the run. So those little things like are going to be like important to kind of pay attention to. So I was wondering about your opinion on the 2 times events. I believe depending on the frequency, it might be unhealthy to the game since it would be efficient. You would have to hoard stamina refills and consequence of not playing the game in progress since in the long run, you can't refill crystals every day. Well, the devs have already addressed that. They said that what they were going to be doing was giving people like stamina in their mailbox and stuff like that. So I think like when it comes down to like also hoarding stamina for those events, I think that actually would be like some of the best stamina like hoarding to get double the value on those days for double drops and stuff like that. Like spending your regular stamina. And then on top of that, you don't technically have to do refills. Like I think like with this beta, the windows of time for the events are actually not, I don't think are even set in stone, because even like this beta, last beta, the event that's currently up was the first event we had, right? So like I don't think they've even picked 100% what event is going to be first, because the Dazzler Pulse was like the first event. And then the beta before that, this wasn't even the event, nor was the last one. It was the board, like the Monopoly board. So I don't even know what their actual schedule is going to be for the rotations. And even when we went on the test server, the Blessings Galore was like the first event running. So I don't even think that this is going to be the way that they're going to do it either. So I don't know. I don't know what those are going to be set up like. I just know like when I did my initial video for them, it was like, okay, cool. They did mention that they were going to have it. So we can see that these are going to be events. But I think that was one thing they did address. They were like, we're just going to give players stamina. That's why they don't want to, like, they're not going to raise the stamina cap, because they already said they were just going to give stamina in areas so that players can actually make use of 2 times drops and stuff like that, especially if they're free to play. I would say still you might see some people do a couple of refills, which I don't think is going to necessarily hurt your account. It's the full refilling that I don't think is going to make sense, right? And that is going to end up becoming a spender's luxury after level 40. It just is. Because if you're not, again, if you're starting to see a diminishing return on your Hydra Crystals, yeah, that's not going to be necessarily the most healthy thing for you to do as a free-to-play. But I also think that within these games, there's always going to be a spend, like, breakaway point for spenders. Like it just is. Like it's still a gotcha, and that's why it's kind of hard to, like, especially in the early game, they'll eventually get to the point where they'll probably give us way more stamina. Like, because even E7 wasn't even like how it is in terms of stamina yield. Like now you get so much stamina in E7, it's not even funny. But it wasn't like that. Like it wasn't always like that. So it took time, and over time the game became even more free-to-play friendly because there was more systems and things that you had to farm and stuff like that. So I feel like that's like one thing we have to kind of see what they do, how much stamina they'll give. I think the other thing is that there actually are components in the game that do give you more stamina as well. You have Union that gives you stamina. You have the Ethernet Rally that gives you stamina. Possibly we might be getting more stamina from the Union versus Union stuff. So I feel like there's going to be stamina all over the place that's pocketed. It's just a matter of what content you're clearing. And whoever's clearing that content is going to have more stamina yield too. So he's like, Gotchans often create a problem and provide the solution. It's a business model. Yeah, and I mean, that's the other thing too, is like, I think realistically, it's like, okay, there are gonna be some areas where I feel like there's gonna be more of a spending point even too, just because they're not really making money off of dupes in this game. That's like so there's two things they're not making money off of. They're not making money off of dupes or 50-50. Like, because 50-50 alone makes companies tons of money. So now using that model is already one area they don't make a lot of money from. And then dupes not being a thing that you need to chase is also like, that's also another point at which they're not making any money really. So I think that that's the thing. There's probably going to be areas where they're going to try to make more money, is where players can spend hydro crystals and stuff like that. Oh yeah, no weapon banner either. So then everything being in permanent banner, like they're really like, I feel like in the areas that they're going to make money in, people are going to be okay with spending in those areas. Like I feel like those players that want to play more and are willing to keep up certain amounts or quantities of hydro crystals are just going to do it because they don't really have to spend to get units. So for them, more playtime, I feel like in value, I would rather spend to play a game more versus spending to have the character to then still have to still spend to play more. Like, and then for you to tell me, oh, well, you can't really use that character properly unless you have 5 dupes. I'm like, well, damn. Like, now you're talking about, okay, I got to battle against multiple 50-50s, which on average, that's like, if say like right now we got 5 dupes, but imagine we had a 50-50, that would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 potential 50-50s, or sorry, 5 potential 50-50s that you could lose, but anywhere from potentially, we'll say on average, maybe 8 rotations you might have to go through. Like, that would be insane. Like, and that's just for one character. Right, so that's like the setups in most of these games go to 6 dupes. So like it is yeah, that's insane anyway. So they're making money on stamina, maybe able to monetize the hyper round tournaments with advertisers, etc. Yeah, true. You said skins too. Yeah, you can use you can use your free to play crystals on the skins if you really want to. Seems like the game is a generous game. Yeah, and that's what I mean, man. It's like, a lot of it is like, the first week, I would say like, and here's the harsh truth, right? And Sion could probably agree to this. There is no player that knows more than the first 30 days of this game. Okay. So anybody that's like, oh, the game's gonna do, they don't know. Straight lying. Like, I'm telling you right now, nobody knows more than the first 30 days of this game. Nobody. And that's because, again, the game has literally only been, and that's why we said, like, even for Endgame, we're like, well, this is what we've had presented as Endgame. It could become something completely different. Like, Endgame right now seems like it could be the shells, but then later on, it's like, going into month 2, month 3, it's like, well, no, this is really Endgame. So there's definitely going to be a lot that's subject to change as well within the game in terms of progression and things that are more efficient to do and things of that nature. We also don't know, like, because we do know, like, for example, the level cap is 100, right? So we don't know, like, if the new content, they're going to say, well, in order for you to unlock this, you now need to be level 60. That could happen. But it could be content where you really do need to be level 60. like, and I think that's with reason. I think a lot of players are seeing that now, that a lot of the content that has been locked, it has been very much for reason. Because, like, a lot of it's like, oh, let me go and just do it because I should be able to do it. And then most people get there and they're getting clapped and then they're mad. And it's like, well, like, you ain't really farmed nothing, bro. Like, I think that's why they also set that parameter from 40 to 50, because that's a point where you need to be farming. Like, you literally need to be building out your stuff and building a foundation so that you can go into the next thing. Because up until this point, you have been going pretty rapidly and you've just been scaling. You just been scaling, things like that. So I think that those are things that they'll probably have happen. It is possible. We don't know. So remember the story stop, there was no content or events after level 40. Yeah, exactly. You said Inferno is just trapped in 50, but there is nothing in between that. Most likely it'll be added at launch. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, again, Sign's one of the people that have been there from the same point at which I've been there. So that's why I said if anybody's like, oh well, it's gonna do no, it's not. We don't know. And that's something that I'm excited for because that means that out of all these betas that I've played, all these runs that I've done, and all this stuff, there's still more that can be learned. There's still new strats that can present itself. There's still new content to come. So that's why I'm so excited because it's like, dude, like this is really just the beginning of what they have fleshed out. And considering like how long they've been taking to develop this game, bro, the content is gonna be endless, man. Like, and they already showing too, like their ability to create characters is really high, and even characters that I would say are impactful and make the game more well-rounded. And that's one of the things that I can say with this game is like every time we've seen a character, it's like added value, or it's now it can counter this thing. And it's not so much so to like where it just obliterates everything else and you no longer use those other things. It's like, well, no, it's another play style preference that a player could pick up if they want to. But even that play style can still be countered. And so that's what we're seeing going into this beta. So they're always working to trying to balance the game and trying to make sure that there are other options and stuff like that. You said, imagine what they could do with more budget. Obscure. That's why they're doing like as long as I've been doing this, paid betas don't just happen for no reason. That's why they're trying to do these beta. They're trying to do this paid beta so that they can make more money in maybe a burst so that they can fund other things. And then just even imagine like they probably got to pay people, stuff like that, you know, your standard stuff. But a lot of it is probably for more character development, more content development, more like literally all of those things, you know. You say we don't know what's coming a month after launch. Could be new content, new characters, etc. All speculation. And I'll tell you two things for sure that's happening, Andrew, is new characters are coming because there's already been characters that have been shown that they ain't in the game yet. And even with Hoyan, they're reworking her, so that's going to be basically damn near a new character. So we already know that's a thing. And then there's already new content they told us that's happening, which is the Union versus Union. And they also were really receptive to the idea of releasing a roadmap. So with that being the case, launch, I think, is going to also be coming with potentially a presentation of maybe a roadmap, because that was something we actually asked the producer personally, and they were like, you know what, that's actually a pretty good idea. Like, so a roadmap is also going to be really cool to see like some of the content, and that actually would kind of give us an idea of maybe some of the things that we can maybe start preparing for, you know, what other things might be coming into the game and stuff like that. It said the characters aren't even limited to buffs, debuffs, effects compared to other gachas. Like, so yeah, exactly. And then the other thing is too, is that, right? We don't have limited units to begin with, like in that other, you know, in other regards, I guess too. But you said for the main quest, enemy fights and ambushes cost 5 stability. Is it better to try to avoid as many fights as possible? No, not necessarily, because you get rewarded for those. Those are still, if you spend the sanity, that still counts towards you leveling on your character. I mean, you want to get all the stuff that out of there that you can get, and the higher that the story gets, that's going to end up turning into higher gear rolls and or gear rarities and stuff like that too. Yeah, Rodney, it is very free to play friendly, honestly. You say you may be able to stamina refresh the whole time because all they do is make the next level hyperlink charter, and the charter stops at 40 mainly, and that is why you have to stop refreshing. Yeah, that's true. And they did say, and that's why I'm interested to see what's going to happen in terms of currency. They said they wanted players to be refreshing. So that was something that I was just kind of like, okay, well, if they want players to be refreshing, that means that they have some sort of intent or plan for how much currency we're regularly getting. Because if that's the thing, like if that's the case where like currency just makes sense to where you, because that's the thing I was kind of thinking about, right? Like if they kept, say, our pools, because this was the other thing I was thinking about, right? Like say like this 2x event, for example. Like let's say you were one of those players that's like, yo, I'm at a point, got everything else far, I'm about to just blast all my stamina into my Animus EXP today, right? You're not just farming EXP, but you're also farming drops at the same time. And I mean like, you know, like actual summons. So when I was looking at that, I was like, dude, if they manage to keep the Animus prototypes up to where you're able to like say respectively get a good amount of Animus prototypes regularly, and then you're factoring in the farming that you're doing, because it does drop. Like even my last run, I think I got like two Animus prototypes from like what was that, 100 stamina that I ran. So that's 2 summons. That's 120. Or actually, I'm lying. That's what is that? That's 200 Hydra crystals, right? So that's like, I'm like, okay, that's actually value. So just from running my my Animus XP, I technically got 200 Hydra voucher, or 200 Hydra crystals, which was in, the form of 2 summons, and then I also got all the EXP and the Etheria, the doubling up of the Etheria coin and the doubling up of the XP. So like when you start like doing the math on that, it's like, okay, like you're gonna still be seeing like slight returns in like other forms. Like, so like even if it's not directly Hydra crystals, but you're still getting summon, like whole summon drops, not shard summons, not a piece of a summon, but the whole drop. That's insane. That's crazy value, because that's basically literally them giving you 100 Hydra crystals. So that's another thing that is like actually like one of the things that I really like with this game, because I know I think in E7 when you're farming stuff, doesn't it only drop like a part of a bookmark? Because isn't a full bookmark summon 5 bookmarks, right? So it gives you like one, you can get like one to drop within, like, say like you're doing your wyvern runs or something like that. Isn't it like one of the bookmarks that can drop? You said, so when you're short, you would buy new crystals potentially that could make them big bucks. Yeah. You said, would be nice to know the percentage of enemies drops on stages if you spend 100 crystals for 10 runs and get one drop that already pays that 100 and gives you a 100% profit during the double drop. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at, right? Because the first refill is what, 60, right? And then after that, the second refill is 100. So yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the return investment is actually like way higher than I've ever really even seen in a lot of games, to be honest. You say, yeah, for Epic 7 you get a part of a summon when doing gear farming. So yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you getting a whole summon is crazy. Like that's actually like crazy value. So wait, actually, do I have any summons? Oh, I only got 4. But yeah, that's really, really good. You said it drops crystals too. Yeah, Hydra crystals are huge. You said, when do you plan on posting the unit information for release? I'm really interested in the Well Guild. I'm actually gonna post it tonight. So I'm actually not streaming too late today. I'm probably gonna stream for a little bit longer. But today is actually the day that I'm gonna be sitting down with my team, and also with my my wonderful mother, because she's gonna start doing YouTube and stuff like that. So I'm gonna be helping her out with that. And like today, I'm not actually gonna be making any videos or anything like that. I'm actually gonna be doing some Discord maintenance and just kind of like setting up my fiance, because she's gonna be working in the community as my community manager. Set her up to like kind of know like some of the things that she's gonna be doing and stuff like that. And she's going to be pushing a lot of the engagement stuff, making sure that like certain things are going on in the Discord. So yeah, man, it's about to be pretty lit. Like, that's why, like, it's just like, it is crazy, because like I'm at that point now where like I'm doing way too much on my own. So it's like I have an editor already, which is a blessing. Like, really, really good dude. Shout out to Gabe, and yeah, he basically does everything on the channel, like from thumbnails to the like posting of the videos and stuff like that. Like, he's super, super dope, man. And then now Ms. Zox is gonna be helping out in the community. So yeah, man, it's gonna be fun. You said Mystic Farm for Moonlight characters is a pain, so I hope it's better here for LDs. That's the thing, man. Like, even the light dark summons, like, and that's the crazy part, is like the light dark summons, I'm gonna be honest, like whenever they do a rate up light dark banner, is bait as hell. Like, if it's not like if it's like, say for example this, right? If you have the tickets saved up, fine, right? Sure, go for the tickets. But once you start talking about Hydra crystals, nah. I wouldn't. Like, especially if you're still trying to like work your account up, like bro, that's a pitfall, like for real, especially if you're not a spender. Like if you're not a spender, wouldn't do it. 1,000%. I've had a few people ask me like, dude, do you think it's like worth like, nope. And it's literally because it's literally because of this crap, right? Like it, I mean, it's not crap, but they're in here. Like, I mean, and then the other units, like other light darks that are coming into the game, are not going to be limited. So, I mean, you could realistically, if you wanted to, save for a banner and go ham, right? If you really wanted to, like, say it's a light dark you really want, you love their design, sure, you could do you could do that, like, right? I think more than anything, you got to like the characters you're picking up, right? But I would say, like, in terms of being efficient, it's not really going to be efficient unless you save for it. You said a light dark banner is for wells. Yeah, and that's for isolated chance. And that 100 pools is just, to me, it's just like, man, 3 times the cost. That's, what is that? So you need to do for 100 pools, that's 10 multis. So is that 30? Is that 30K, chat? Am I doing my math right off the top of my head? Yeah, 30K. So you would need 30K minimum to pull on a light dark banner. Now, you know, like that's kind of like, you know, I mean, could you save that over time? Sure, you could. Yeah, you absolutely could. But like for, and that's worst case scenario. If you have to go all the way to pity, if you have to go all the way to pity, it would be 30K. So, I mean, it just kind of all depends on how you feel on that, but it said really random, but I could see Hoyan plus cooldown reduction support going crazy on arena defense, future union defense. I mean, Hoyan, dude, honestly, Hoyan was like ridiculous. Like, honestly, she's ridiculous, to be honest. You said that may be nerfed. Dude, right now, 30K. I'm trying to think. Dude, so like, so Saya knows, he already gotta know what game I'm talking about when I say this. Dude, we're playing a game right now where like the average summons for any banner, and it's an OG game too. Last Claudia, bro, it's literally anywhere from 60 to I think 90K crystals you gotta spend. Like that's why I was saying, like I was like, bro, like 1,000 crystals a pull is crazy. Cause most games that I play are anywhere from like, they're anywhere from, I would say 16, about the 1,600 range to about 3,000 a multi, bro. Like it's nuts. It's still like that. And the game is 6 years old, bro. It's crazy. I'm like, yo, you said last, dude, Last Claudia does not care at all. Like, bro, like it's crazy. And that's literally like most games. Like I said, like minimum most games are around like the 1.6K. So like 3K in a lot of games I've seen are like 3K for a multi. You know, that's a lot, bro. And it's insane. Like he already knew what I was gonna say, because we talk about this all the time. Like, yo, why is this game, like this game would have more players if they literally just lowered their gacha costs. Like it makes it's no reason that you're spending that much. And then the crazy part about it is they got you paying 60 to 90K, but there's no way you would even be able to realistically save that in that game. Like there's no way, unless you start a fresh brand new account. Other than that, if you have an OG account, you're not saving 60K. That's gonna at least be like almost a year and a half, 2 years worth of you just sitting there playing updates, not summoning. Like, ain't nobody likes to play gachas like that. So I mean, this light dark banner, give them money from well. Says good for the game, and we can get. It said we can get them in the permanent summon. Yeah, that's exactly my point. Is that if for free to play, it's bait. For wells, it's intended to be there. So there's some people that's like, oh, I'm gonna re-roll and do, and I'm like, well, I mean, like, dog, that's a lot of currency you're throwing into that banner when you could literally just go permanent banner and spend less and have more roll chances at that point for your re-roll. And then you might get lucky and it might be the first multi, and then you out and you saved yourself 2,000 hydro crystals. Versus as soon as you go into the second multi, you're already at 6K versus spending 2K. Then you go to the third multi, you're at 9K versus spending 3K. It's 1/3 of the cost to to just pull standard banner and then still have a chance of getting it, you know? So that's the thing. It's like you know it's just really that. And the chances are pretty fair even on standard banner. He said I was reading the details. Not only is the permanent summons 80 instead of 100 pity like LD banner, but the permanent banner has drop rate increases after 50 summons. LD banner has no such increase. Yeah, and that's the other thing with like Freya's banner, same thing. So that's why standard banner is actually like even with it potentially being say 80 pulls at max, your soft pity kicks in at 50 pulls. So you could get it. You can get the SSR proc very early. So that's why even for fleshing out your account, it's like go to permanent banner. It's really good. So that's my thing, and that's like with being more efficient with your hydro crystals. I would say also kind of depends on if you did the rebate or not. If you're re-rolling, you can re-roll however you want, right? Like I really don't feel like there's necessarily a right or wrong way to re-roll. It's whatever re-roll format you want to use. But if you're doing the rebate, you're more than likely not going to re-roll. That's the thing. You said, but what if you? Yeah, you said, but what if you get the same unit as your selector? I mean, if you roll, if you roll say you go LD banner first, you can't roll anything that's on the selector. If you go permanent banner, you can. But I mean, at that point, you could also like say like you do permanent banner and then you go selector. You could pick up whatever you don't have. The problem with the permanent banner, it's a little bit more pulls, but you could get lucky, right? Like that's the only difference. The first pulls on the selector are 40 pulls, but you could get lucky. I mean, to be honest, you really can honestly do however you want. You said LC even nerfed the story on how much pulls you can farm. Yeah, I heard about that. That's why Tweaks quit. I remember that, bro. So when Tweaks said he was done, I was like, oh yeah, this is not good. Yeah, that's not good. Um, it says, so what's the best way to go about it? Select her into Freya. If you want her, then the rest of the summons in a permanent banner. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like that's the thing, man. Like when you're pushing first day, it's like what 100 and something pulls probably for most people on average. So I think it was around 140. It was like 150 or something like that. Um, and probably more depending on like what you select. But yeah, like a lot of the times it's like a lot of us we pick what we want off rip so we can just start building it and not hoping that we can get it from permanent banner. So we'll start off with that because permanent banner also has a high chance that you're gonna start fleshing out your account. There's some RNG there, so again, like it's entirely up to the player and what they want to do. In terms of like, okay, I want to go permanent banner, then my selector first, or if I want to go Freya banner, then go my select. Like, I mean, even then, I feel like if you're going Freya banner, then you probably are going to go selector first, then Freya, because Freya could send you easily 100 pulls deep. So there's that. Some people might go and try to pull Freya from permanent banner. Do I think that that's like advisable? I mean, you're pulling against how many units is that? That's a good amount of units you're pulling against, but somebody's gonna do it. Like that's what I mean. Like somebody might say, "Hey, it's worth more time." I feel like it's worth it to pull Freya from permanent, and then try to go and pick my limited, and then go from there and never touch her banner. Like somebody's gonna do that. But I think again, it's just like you have the isolated chance versus you're just dumping pulls into here. So it's a permanent banner is worth way more than Freya banner, in my opinion. Said LD chance is too good. Well, I guess there's that too, but again, like LDs don't make or break your account either. So like again, I feel like even for pulling on Freya's banner, the only thing that's different really is the fact of you getting SSR LDs, right? But the other thing too that gives her banner value is three of the strongest units in the entire game from the SRs are on rate up. So and Freya is definitely is going to be one of the highest used units in the game for sure on average. But even then, yeah, having Chiaka the Echo, like there's people right now that's going 500 pulls in and don't have a Chiaka the Echo yet. And then same thing, there's some people that have been playing this whole time haven't pulled Kraken yet, haven't pulled a Dyna yet. And these units are really good. Like they're very good. You said I feel seen, bro. So that's what I mean. It's like that also being on rate up is also a really strong like incentive as well to like go inside or coincide with that Freya. Because the crazy thing is that Freya works in Doki Doki, Chiaki works in Doki Doki, Freya works in Terra Matan, Chiaki works in Terra Matan, Kraken works in Doki Doki, and then Dino also works in Terra Matan. So these units are high value. They literally go to the 2 dungeons you need to be doing. So I mean, like that's a lot of value. And so like even when you're rolling, you could like say pick up a Messiah, for example, but then not roll anything else. And then you're basically chancing it throughout the remainder of your progression, hoping that you might get some of those SRs that are really going to help you with your progression. And one thing I would say a lot of players have learned is that those missing SRs, they probably feel that way more than missing an SSR, to be real with you. Like that's the like those that don't have Kraken feel they don't have Kraken. Those that don't have the Marvel or don't have the Dyna, they feel not having those characters. Because even the amp that you can get, you would have to make that up with like a close, which is another SSR. You would have to use again. I think people are forgetting Freya has damage amp in her kit, which is another reason why she's gonna have such high universal usage. So that being paired up with her, like even like with me having just the Dyna and the Freya together, allows my DPS to skyrocket so much. Like it is insane. So like that's where a lot of like those setups earlier also like kind of come into play for some players too, is that they have those that double up, and it's not just the defense break, but then they have the vulnerability. They have her unique buff, which is called Nightmare, which also is a form of life leech. So you're able to keep yourself alive. So that's where I feel like, again, it's like, it's so many different ways that you can look at it that I feel like it's a lot of validity to each perspective, really. You said, does drop rate pity carry over? So yes, I was able to confirm that with the staff. I did mention it like probably like 2 streams ago because somebody asked it like probably like day 3 or something like that. But they did confirm that pity does carry over. So if you, for some reason, don't finish the banner or you don't get the character, it will carry over to the very next one. So that's why I said like this, like even with that, it's like, bro, this gacha is insane. like for a gacha, it's like you get so much value, even if like, okay, well, dang, like let me just save this. You know, I've got 100 pulls and I just don't feel like, because like something like this might happen, right? Say like, okay, you're using crystals on Messiah's banner, right? And then you get another multi. Like you're like, ah, man, okay, like never mind. Let me go see. Let me grind real quick. Maybe get my Enders prototypes. Then you go to permanent summon, and then boom, there goes your Messiah. You're not gonna keep pulling on the Light Judgment banner. You're gonna literally stop and wait till whatever else gets limited rated up. And then let's say just for argument's sake, you're at 90 pulls, right? Then you can use that last multi, and then now you got another light dark, right? So there's gonna be some instances where that might happen to some people where they're pulling for something else, and then they get spooked. Because that's how I got my Lily. I like literally got spooked. I procced the SSR. It showed Hell Kid, and then like a pull in between the the pull after Hell Kid, it was a Lily, and I was like, oh crap! Like so those instances are gonna happen to some people too. You said, you said SB, I didn't get Chiaki till yesterday. You said the game jiggle physics are amazing. Bro, I feel like they just started adding some of those too. Cause like Freya is probably the most jiggle physics character in the game so far. I think Tiamat's up there too, but like they hadn't really gone that crazy with that. To be honest, I think Rosa too. Yeah, Rosa and Freya were like, they're trying to push some of that sell you a unit content, you know? They said they cracking lacking. Yeah, feels bad. But yeah, man, like those units are really impactful. They really help out a lot. So you can't even use crystals on the extreme infinity banner. I think that was the I think that this one is just tickets. I think this one is just tickets. Yeah, I don't think this was ever crystals. It was always tickets. For the rate up though, which I think is actually, now I'm thinking about it, technically, it's actually better that you can use crystals on this one. Even though that technically this has the, trying to think. I don't even think this has the. Yo, no, it does have it. Yeah, I get why they didn't do it. Because this has the fit. Yo, if they would have did this for this banner and let this just be open, that would be crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That actually would like. I mean, that would be GG to like darks because at that point, if you could do say 50 consecutive summons and potentially get a light dark off rip, yeah, they would. Yeah, they would literally. They would have to. They would change something in the game. I feel like price point wise. Like honestly, he said out of 5,000 summons, Messiah came out 9 times, Doki came out 7, Heinrich came out 5 times, Lily came out 8 times, and Sania came out 6 times. That's crazy. I think RNJ is somewhere up there too, bro. Like he's like literally damn near got a maxed out Messiah. He said, yeah, pity on the light dark is GG. Yeah, that's yeah, they did that. They did that on purpose. So they were like, okay, higher cost, but you're able to use your regular currency here as a chance versus yeah, that's just a cheat code. 50 soft pity on light dark banner. Yeah, they were like, yeah, you're gonna spend for that. And the other thing too is like inherently, I mean, the cost is like a thing, but the other thing with this banner is that you very well could get hit with the when I'm pulling, I get like 3 messiahs in a row, and you're just gonna be I would be tilted at that point. That definitely can happen. He said, does it feel like everyone's getting an LD more than 0.25%? I mean, the pool's also not crazy yet, but I feel like once the pool, even then, they're technically 2 separate pools. So I guess there's that too. So yeah, I mean, it feels like a really good chance. You said Messiah is not good? No, Messiah is great. No, Messiah is great. What we were really talking about was the cost of the banners. I was just saying that if you get 3 dupes, that's not really necessarily the thing you want to have happen. Optimally, when you're talking about like diversifying your account, you want new characters. Yeah. You're trying to get more. Like you want to pull a Doki Doki Messiah and a Heinrich. You don't want to pull 3 Messiahs if you can help it. Is that gonna happen to people? For sure, right? Like it's definitely gonna happen. But if you can help it, you're definitely gonna want more unit diversity than just having 1 unit. So yes, RNG is a thing, but that was LDs and normal SSRs went crazy. Yeah. So you think there's a good chance they add old characters to their own separate banner in the future? So maybe it might be worth saving pools if you get a good starting setup. I feel like they are gonna do rate up banners for like some of the pre-existing units, possibly. Maybe that might be a thing that they like start pushing a little bit more often. I feel like later in the game cycle, like life cycle, because I feel like a lot of the first banners are probably going to be like just new units for the most part, like whatever light dark they got going on that they want to rate up, and then like new unit, because they still have the permanent summon, and the permanent summon really isn't going to get like super crazy until about a year, really. Like, and that's considering if the average ends up being about 2 SSRs per month. So I feel like that's something that they'll probably do a little bit later. If we get that earlier, then that's even more amazing, because then that'll allow people to ISO pick up characters if they choose to. Like if they decide to do a Hell Kid, say, banner, or they do a Tiamat banner or something like that, that would be huge. I mean, if they did that earlier, that's only better for the game in some ways, I guess. But I think as like in the super early game, like when it launches, like say like the first couple months, they probably won't do that. It'll probably be like all new stuff. And that's just for like the hype up aspects. You're still going to be pulling permanent, so you're still going to have chances to get some of those characters anyway. I feel like once the roster really starts to spread out, that's when we'll probably start seeing more isolated banners for some of like the permanent units that players might not have been able to get after all of this time. You might start seeing more banners like that. And I think even like in between, like if they like maybe there might be a month where they don't have anything like super new. It might be 1 new SSR that month. And then they rework a character. I could see them, if they rework a character for the better, they might throw that character up on rate up. I could see them doing stuff like that too. So that might actually like kind of promote the idea of using a character a little bit more. So I can see them doing stuff like that too. You said that stuff happens. It said yesterday my first ML at E7 was ML Ken. Then like 2 weeks later, My second LD was once again MLK. I was devastated. He said, "Did you know the average pool incomes per limited banner duration?" No, because this we've only ever seen one rotation for a limited banner. So, and then like with that, every beta they've added more content, and then they've also upped and changed the income like flux, so like the amount of resources that you get. So even now, that threw up whatever numbers I had just from these two pieces of content, Infinity Train, and then they revamped the Ethernet Rally. And then when we go into release, they're gonna have Union versus Union. So I don't even know what that's adding to the game either, like in terms of how much currency you can get. You know, I think we have like the numbers and stuff for like the RTA and stuff like that, depending on where you rank. But and even Etherina. But yeah, a lot of the base content they've either increased it or they've added more. So that's why I said like the devs have only done things to implement more stuff for players. They haven't like taken anything out of the game. Um, you said has Union versus Union been confirmed for launch? Yeah, they've been confirmed that. Yeah, that's actually what they're saving for launch. That's like the one thing that they were like kind of hyping up in the final beta teaser and like all that stuff was Union versus Union. So they like a lot of stuff I kind of knew was going to be coming content wise. That's one thing I actually don't know about. Well, probably a few things. A few things I don't know about, but yeah, that's one thing 1,000% I don't know about. You said an RTA. How is the CC being like 50-50 seem? Wait. You said an RTA. How is the CC being like 50-50 seems like it'll be annoying? I don't. Well, I don't get what you're asking. Unless I'm reading that wrong. Um, it said, what are the devs going to make most of their money off of in order to sustain the game? So I really hope the game does well. Battle passes, monthly passes, Hydra crystals, stamina. I would say those are some of like the first target points. Also summons. I think they're gonna make money off of summons for sure. As they're adding new stuff, players might be missing stuff. People are gonna buy perfect Latice, the packs with the Latices in them. There's gonna be stuff for players to buy. So skill up mats and stuff like that. Like people that don't want to dump a lot of time into certain things or to get more value outside of stamina, they're gonna buy those packs. They're definitely gonna make money. So yeah, they're 1,000% gonna have event packs as well. Yeah. You said like all the stuns and stuff aren't 100% on the skills. Um, well, nothing like is necessarily like 50-50. So you're talking about like the chance of them land or procking. That's necessary for RTA. Because what happens is that if you have a unit that is 100% guaranteed to do like say X amount of things, a lot of these units come packaged with a lot of stuff. So then when you implement and factor in builds, like for example, like take for example, say Rosa, right? One of the big things for her kit is that she's like super hyper fixated on basic attacks. So her Bladeborn or Blade Thorn ability or debuff that she lands, it can go all the way up to 100% proc when you actually have it skilled up, right? Now, if they actually made it to where her turn meter push, which is basically what her follow up attack kind of comes into play, like say her turn meter push had 100% as well, that would make her so toxic because she's guaranteed if you crit, like if a character crits on her team, she's guaranteed to follow up. Like it's gonna happen. So if they gave her 100% crit or sorry 100% pushback chance on that too, oh she'd be toxic. So they have to create certain parameters on characters so that their kits aren't so abrasive or so oppressive. So a lot of units got like adjusted to some degree. One unit, for example, was like Hellkid. They nerfed his scaling on his attack. They capped it because he had the ability where like, and this is just even outside of like landing stuff. Yeah, bosses wouldn't get a turn. Very true. And I mean that can happen anyway, but it would definitely be more set in stone and much easier to do too. But like Hellkit, for example, had to get adjusted because he literally had so much shield you could not DPS through it. So for Hellkid, what made him busted or makes him busted is he's an attack scaling DPS, right? And I would say like shield DPS or like tank DPS. Like dude literally can shield like crazy, right? But it all scales off of attack. And then the other thing that makes him busted is the fact that then he can increase his shield value. And if he already has Shroud Barrier on, then he gets a whole nother set of effects. He has built-in immunity in it. Then he can also attack break your entire team. So you're dealing less, like they had to create some sort of parameter for him. Same thing with Tiamat. Tiamat does all these things. They were like, dang, she has a high proc chance for her taunt. She has a heal over time, damage share, shielding. She has DPS form. She has all this stuff. The one thing they nerfed on her was actually her taunt. Why? So that there's a chance for you to actually come out of like say that taunt. Say she is rotating and she gets that taunt, or the chance to land the taunt. You have a chance for it to one miss, and then also a chance for you to to retaliate. So I think it's like that, really. It's really that. You said, how do you level up skills? Whatever skill is the most important to the character based off the team I'm building. Skills also kind of vary depending on the unit, right? So when you're looking at, okay, I want a character to go fast. One of the things that you're looking at is, okay, well, two things. What skill do I need? Where are the speed nodes, right? And it can vary from character to character. Like Heinrich, very, very lucky character because he has his speed rolls in his skill 3. And his skill 3 is also the first skill you want to level up, right? But like say with my Marvel, the extra speed is in his skill 1, right? So the thing with this, and this is why like SR investment is such a valuable thing, because you can't really push early a ton of SSR investment into multiple skill ups or into multiple skills. So like I can build a fast Marvel and a fast Kraken before I ever really build a fast Heinrich and a fast let's say Veronica, or like it's gonna take you a little bit more time. Not that you can't do it, it just takes more time, right? So that's like the biggest thing. If you're trying to get that character to rotate more, those are going to be high value things that you're looking for. But every character is going to have a skill that you want to do first, because that's going to be their bread and butter. Whatever it is that they do more, or really what makes up their kit to be the value that they're adding to the comp, is the skill that you'll focus. You know, same thing with Leon. Her high value is in that skill 3, right? So she has speed in her skill 3 as well. That's another reason why you might see some Leons rotating a lot faster than some other DPS, because that one, I think some people probably missed that. Leon's skill 3 got speed in it. So you're getting the value on the turn meter still, but you're also helping her rotate faster. You know, so it's a lot of value there. That's another reason why I'm like, I'm building my Leon, man. She's great. You said, if you download the beta, do you have to download the global version again? There'll probably be another client because it's getting wiped. I don't think it's gonna be the same version. I don't think it'll be like a straight update or anything like that. It's just gonna be like basically probably another client. It'll probably be like global or something like that, or NA, like based off of wherever server you're at. It'll probably actually have what's it called, I don't want to call it an executable file that actually is more suited to your region. So, you said, who do you think will get the nerf? Get hit with a nerf before launch? I still feel like Marvel and Kraken, man. I mean, they're still the two highest on my list right now. Marvel and Kraken, man. Because I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like, what is this? 50% pushback is crazy, bro. Like, I don't think a lot of people realize how much 50% pushback is if you're faster than somebody. That's like, and if you're like creating a gap, dog, that's literally guaranteed rotation. Like, you're guaranteed to rotate them. Then you hit them with a speed down too. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Like that is like, that's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie, that's actually really crazy. Like, because when this works, it works to the fullest extent. Like, you're like literally, and then because you can do things like pair him up with Kraken, I mean, Kraken is already on his own 35% and then can freeze you, so you don't even go anyway if you do rotate and get a turn. Like, that's crazy, bro. So you're talking about just between the two of them, that's what, 85% turn meter pushback? And that's not including any of the other characters that you have. So like I'm running stuff like Leon, where Leon then stacks another 30% AoE that she steals from her targets. So it's like, okay, you got, like, you're finally starting to move forward. Nope, push back again. And you're still stunned. That's the crazy thing. Like you're still stunned. You never unstunned yet. Like you didn't unstun yet. So you still got to get a turn in order for like Alicorn to work. Like, yeah, I feel like, man, it's just like, yeah, so speed down with like that much turn meter, with then also a freeze. And then when you rotate into their turn twos, he's like, okay, let's say they do get a turn. He could just silence you. So now you're now you're hitting with your skill 1. And then to add insult to injury, they really gave this man a, bro, what does he go up to? A 25% turn meter pushback in his skill 1. They really gave him that. That is very, like, that's, and so it's like, it's not even like, oh, okay, just a skill 3, cool. But then he's gonna push you back too on the skill 1. And I would argue in a lot of RTA, people are gonna play that manual, right? So it's insane. He said, I realize exactly how much it is. I played against so many marvels in PvP. It's oppressive. Yeah, it's straight. Like, it's straight. Like you said, it's not just pushback, it's a steal, so it's even more insane. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Because he actually uses it. So, damn. Yeah, Marvel is nuts, yo. Yeah, I can see him getting nerfed, dog. Because I get it. Because people are like, oh, people are just gonna build. But I'm like, it doesn't. It's not even just like, okay, yeah, you can build and counter it. Yeah, sure. But even like in the scenarios that when this character works, it is oppressive. Like, it's not like a, oh, okay, like that's the strat. I get it. Like, I could have maybe outspec. Like, no, if he outspeeds you, you just lose. Like, like there's a, if that person doesn't beat you, it's like they didn't have good damage on their team or something. Like, it was like that was purely their fault, not Marvel. Because Marvel is a character where, like, yeah, you're not getting a turn. Like, you're just not. It's immunity units aren't common enough yet to work around the turn 1 stuff yet. Well, there's there's like the bulwark set, but I feel like with the bulwark set, and when we're talking about like the emphasis of building for PvP versus PvE, it kind of goes into that construct, right? Like, you need to be building towards your PvE more than anything so that you can progress. And then I think that's another thing, like I was saying before, they literally have to make more systems to have separate things, you know, separating your PvE builds from your PvP. Because if you go to a PvP build, then, like, for example, like most things, you don't really need to have bulwark at this point as a build. Like, it's not really something you really need to have. And then the one thing that I always say too is, like, some of those sets become like dead sets when its effect is over. Like, immunity is like cool and all, but then, you know, that's that. Like, once that's gone, then you're just kind of sitting there. Versus like speed set, which is just helping you get more turns, or even going onslaught is more damage, you know. He's like, can you explain how we will transition away from cleave meta? I feel like DPS can't really build tanky sets outside of Rahu. No, there's plenty of units that can build tanky. A lot of meta, like, keep in mind, things that were killing us and like the last CVT wasn't necessarily your pure DPS. They weren't cleavers. They were actually getting mitigated the most, like Shida, Leon, Messiah. They did not perform well last beta at all. Like, not at all. In the scenario at which you can actually build counter cleave, where you have the bloodbath, you have lighthouse accessible, you have people with the artisan builds, you have the alicorns, setups, proper rotation, stuff like that. Like, they can get countered a lot. And then, yeah, you have the true damage set now. Revelation is huge. What is his name? Sutumos, or whatever the heck his name is going to be crazy for the healers. So that's going to be nuts for sustain now too. And you also have the death prevention pet Amber. So that's going to be a whole nother thing. And people are definitely slapping that onto characters like Tiamat 1,000%. So yeah, GG. Because the other thing is too, this is going to, as this is intended, which I don't think it was necessarily intended, but it works that way. When she goes in this ice state and comes out of that ice state, I think a lot of people forget that Tiamat actually comes back with all of her bloodshed stacks. Like I don't think it doesn't remove them when she dies. Yeah, so when she gets brought back, she comes back with everything she just had. And so her being able to do something like this, oh, she's gonna come back and clap you. Like that's so I'm really interested to see how that's gonna go. He said instant comeback, pissed off dragon brother, bro. Literally, so that's a thing. That's something I actually have been able to test. This set, or sorry, this pet is gonna have Tiamat. Like people are like, oh, Tiamat's gonna fall off. Okay, like she gonna come right back. You thought you killed her, but then she's gonna be put in this ice state, and now you got to deal with that. You know, so keep in mind she's already a innately tanky character. This is going to give her a 200% defense increase, grants immunity to turn pushback, so you can't stop. You can't like out rotate this. You can't CC this. You can't you can't push back somebody that's in ice state. You can't buff or debuff them. So when they come out of that, you can't like debuff stack and DOT, and then when they get a turn, they just die. Nope. When the Animus takes their turn to act, it removes the ice state and they recover 50% of their max HP. So now she's coming back with 50% HP. She got all her stacks still. And as soon as she gets a turn to do something, it is over. She's going to transform. She's going to literally rotate you because she just becomes a freaking monster. And she's going to hit you, and not even just because of that, but when she transforms, she grants herself an extra turn anyway. So that's always that's always going to be a kicker there. And then she's going to nuke you twice in a row. Like, yeah, Tiamat, I'm telling you, that is why they were like, yeah, we got to adjust something on her. Because, yeah, these new pets are definitely going to enable that. So all they need to do is make the 3 units that start the match by giving them team resistance to shield. Speed cleave is dead. It's going to be a good counter to it, right? Because I think that's the thing is they're pretty aware of like different metas. And I think that what they want is they want the game to be able to have different phases. That's one thing that the producer did talk about was like they wanted it to be more about like when a certain meta is more predominant. If you like that type of like play style, you're gonna have more characters that are gonna come up that might help you with that play style. But once it changes, then players that like the other play style, say they like Bruiser or Tank Downs or whatever it is, they'll have characters that help them in better suit those types of builds. So I think that that's the thing is like there's always going to be those dudes that love speed cleave. There's going to be those dudes that love the anti cleave, going for maybe more bruiser builds, more tank down, more like it's gonna be a variance in that. You might have some people that want to play multiples. So I think that that's like the biggest thing, and that's another reason why they're doing the balances, or at least plan to do balances every single month, so that they can constantly make sure that the meta is always shifting, and it's not just, oh, it's been, speed meta cleave for the last 9 months. You said what's Law of Silence? So Law of Silence is actually revamped. Law of Silence is made even better now. This was actually a pet that you equip to Hoyan, because what it does is it puts you in a state called Void. And Void makes it to where you're not targeted by any AoE abilities. By any single target abilities, but you can still be hit by AoE abilities. Now, that was the original make of it, right? But what they decided to change it to, I'm going to show you. This joint is crack. Increases your effect res by 60%, cannot be selected as the main target of an enemy skill, and reduces group damage taken by an additional 50%. I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty anti-cleave to me. Like that sounds pretty anti-cleave to me. So that like that sounds pretty anti-cleave. Just saying. So this is like this ability is actually even like way better, because all it did before was it just put you in an invisible state, so you couldn't be targeted by single target abilities. But now it's going to be reducing the damage from AoE, and then you can't be targeted by you can't be targeted by what's it called single target abilities. So that's You said 50%. Most of the DPS units are AOE too. Yeah. Well, you said hopefully they build her correctly. HE Bramble, because if she speeds, she was gonna die again and do. Yeah, that's true. At the end game, yeah, there. I don't actually remember there being any Tia that rotated first. I would be honest, cause like, yeah, when she's built, like she's decently rotating, but I don't think she's never really opening. You usually have somebody else doing that. To be honest, you said you said 4 turns the startup. You said I don't see that. You said working into cleave. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, and I mean that's the other thing too. It's actually so at the start of battle, Animus or once resort, and then afterwards, no, it starts at the start of battle. Puts the owner Animus in a 1-turn void state. You guys aren't reading. Afterwards, for every 4 turns, enters a 2-turn of void state. So it activates at the start of battle. It's on a 4-turn cooldown though. So you're gonna get that. It's only 1 turn though. So if somebody is setting up for cleave, that is intended for cleave. That is 1000% intended for cleave. So that's gonna allow you to get your unit through a cleave setup. Because the other thing is too, like, sure, they could probably still land like what's it called? Defense breaks and stuff like that. But you're still gonna be having the damage reduced by 50%. Right? And then for every 4 turns, you enter a 2-turn of void state after the turn ends and increases your attack by 10%. You say, yeah, my bad. So the triangle next to the 4 usually means the number of turns before it can proc. Yeah, so it's after the start of the battle, right? Then it's 4, right? But then you also get an extra turn of it. So I guess that's fair. Because like in reality, this is a really good ability. Like, it's a really, really good ability. You said, at the start of at the start of the battle, not the start of your turn, the start of your battle, the start of the battle. As soon as it says fight, you're instantly invisible. Like you're not like you. That's how void has always worked. It always puts you instantly into void state. This was one of the highest used pets on Hoyan. She was straight up invisible from the start of the fight. Like from the start of the fight, it's at the start of the battle. So it doesn't need, you don't need to get a turn. It's intended for anti-cleave. You said is this buff can be stripped? Yeah, you can strip this. Yeah, you get 1000% strip it. So, but again, that's gonna mean that person's gonna have to build into having a stripper rotate. And I mean, granted, you're gonna have to factor in like, is this person running something like that? Are they going to, like that's what you're gonna have to think about. So you have to live for 3 turns, basically. Yeah, I mean, it also depends on your setup. That's going to give you an able opportunity to be able to keep that character alive. A lot of the times, this is going to be used more than likely on a character that can get one shot. It's going to be a threat on the team. So a lot of the times, like let's say it was like an easy example would have been like Hoyan, right? Hoyan was dangerous. You wanted to get rid of her. But the problem was that like if she started to ramp, then you're just gonna get wiped. So a lot of the times you would try to get rid of her as fast as you possibly could. Because the thing is that if the fight prolongs with a character like her, every time she uses her skill 3, she would increase her attack by 40%. So that was like straight killing people, like off rip. You said I also think Speed Heinrich would be pretty good on PvP because of the strip. So your real DPS cleave after him. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. The same build that you use for PvE, which is a Speed Heinrich, is the same build that you're going to use in PvP. It's a Speed Heinrich. Heinrich is used as an opener a lot. So that's the thing is that he ends up falling into a sub DPS role because you really want to strip. That's where he ends up. And the crazy thing is his role is the same in PvE. When you are doing like say Infernal Terramatan, you want him to strip. Like if you don't get that immunity removed, you can't do none of the other scaling that you want to do. You know. You said, yeah, Heinrich sounds like a premium stripper for now. So I wonder if we'll get 100% to strip everything unit in the future, though. We did have that, and they mitigated it, or nerfed it. It was Veronica. Veronica's also going to be another unit that people use as well. She's also another pristine unit for buff stripping. The thing with her though is she will take all your buffs from you. So they actually reduced her chance to spread it because she was at 100%. And not only would she take your buffs, she will also take your unique buffs. So that's kind of that. You said they can't be targeted though. So how can you dispel if he can't target them? It's AoE. That's why his strip is an AoE ability. So not really. That's and his strip is really his passive. So that's his ult is it's AoE. His strip is a passive ability that works in all of his skills. So yeah, that's where we kind of get cooked. Because even his skill 2, I think, has a chance to randomly hit something. So there's like that too. But yeah, Veronica, definitely another character that a lot of players were using. And they nerfed her to, I think it's now, I think it's what, 60% chance to spread all? So hold on. Send that invite again, Afro. Yeah, so she has an 80% chance to steal all buffs from them and a 50% chance to spread it to all her allies. Before it was 100%. Like that was just way too oppressive. So they did change her. Yeah, they did change her. So, you know, that's why I said like characters like Marvel, he's as bad as I would love for him to just be OP. Yeah, my boy might get a little touched. he might get a little touched, man. And it just is what it is. Let me see. Ooh, I could have brought my. Oh no, you got Sania here. So let's say you go Freya here. Yeah, you got that team set up. Guess we'll go. What's her name? Lilith. That's all I really got. Yeah, you got everything. Oh wait, is this our? Wait, did I already set my other team? Okay, I think it did. Dinah. Okay, everybody. Okay, yeah, everybody's good. All right, there we go. These are also set up as Tia, Viper, Messiah, Hellkit for Bramble, and Limited Matrix. You see from the available sets all the hijinks you can get into. So Tia, Viper, Messiah, Hellkit for yeah, that. Oh man, dude, I can't wait, man. That's what I mean. I think that's gonna be the fun, is like getting to that point. Yo, Afro, you doing max stamina refills, bro? Alright, at least my main team's somewhat keeping up with yours. Wait, what did we get yesterday? It was I think it was what, S? Wait, you said so you did fuck Rose said, do you know when Hoyan will be released? Not sure. They didn't actually tell us when she's coming back. Said if it's anywhere you can do max refill past level 40. It's the beta. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The reason why I stopped is because I know, like, if people see me doing it, they're gonna be like, but I was watching Zox do it in the beta. Because, like I said, it's crazy. Like once you get to like a certain like point in your career doing like this type of stuff, it's just certain things you notice that people will do. They'll be like, hey man, like I never heard you say that. Like I stopped listening during the stream at that point, so I never caught when you said that you stopped doing refills at level 40. You know, like, and that's why it's like I just stopped doing them, because if they see me not doing them, then they probably I would hope they wouldn't do them at that point. Wait, why did we perform worse? So I got the 202. Dude, that AoE stun is nasty. Yeah, that AoE stun is not okay. But the Fury Guard team is going crazy. Oh, of course, Tiamat's over there. Oh, and Lily. Okay, yeah, have fun. Yeah, Tiamat and Lily. Yeah, GG. Yeah, that's why my team died. Yeah. Okay, not bad. We got S again. We'll take it. Well, you said, how do people just tune out every word you say and proceed to do everything you're advocating against? I don't know. That's actually a really good question, fam. I could not tell you. I could not tell you, man. But it's like doing this long enough. Like I said, I used the scenario that, like, it was really daunting at that time, or daunting at that time, because I was like, dang, dude, like, I've been telling these same people that have been watching me for the last 3 years the same thing, and then seeing them still struggle with the same thing I was telling them not to do. I was like, okay, well, that means that like they just aren't listening at that point. You said normally the public goes against the popular idea. That is why I say try to be a hipster line. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, it's it's just how it is. Let's see. What I want to get right now. I guess we could summon. I don't really care about nothing else, really. Give me those. Now, normally, guys, you'd be saving for the shadow print. Just saying. Don't be like me. This is the beta. Yeah, don't be like me. This is the beta. You said they'd be using me as white noise? Yeah, literally. Honestly, like I told you, there's some people that literally are like, yo, Zox, I be using you as a whatchamacallit, as a podcast. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was like, yo, Zox, I be using you to go to sleep at night. I'd be like, oh, okay. I would not be surprised. He said people would be the cool kid so bad. I mean, dude, like, if you can pull it off, it's great. But I think, like, it's not even so much of, like, if you just do it and it's just you, it becomes the thing that, like, it starts messing up with, like, the general efficient information sometimes. Because then everybody's like, oh, well, this is the thing I had to learn as a content creator, right? When you formulate and have an idea, if you think about, like, how many people listen to you and follow what you do, right? I'm sitting here telling people that Rosa's not a good idea. You know how many people are still going to pick Rosa because they see me playing her, right? Like that like just because of that. They're just going to be like, oh, well, Zox made it work, so yeah, I can do it. And I'm like telling them, I'm like, yo, no, don't do it. They're like, but I can do it because I see you doing it. Like, and some people will be like, well, I like Zox and I want to do the same things that Zox do. Like, this is sometimes sometimes the things that some people just kind of do. And I usually try to tell people and give context as to why. Yeah, I always give context. There's not any scenario that you'll find where it was just like, wow, I don't know why why he did that, and he didn't really explain why he was doing that. Because it's like, for me, that's the whole thing. The whole point of why I do things in the way that I do it is because I try to find the information to be able to know and tell you why. So I'm playing Rosa to be able to decide or determine how hard or how much did I have to try hard to get her to work. And in comparison to my other playthroughs, I had to try hard a lot more than if I was just playing through with Tia. So that's the thing. It's like, so when somebody asks me and they're like, well, I'm struggling here and I can't do this, but I want to start with Rosa. I'm like, I don't know, fam. If you're stuck doing those things, I don't think Rosa gonna be a good start for you, right? Versus like the guy that's like, yo, I was like, you know, using the moon's trajectory to figure out whether or not if I had my speed do this, I was gonna get this character to move at this. And so it's like, okay, like, and what I'm saying at that point is like, I like just from having a conversation with someone, I can tell what kind of player they are. So then I can maybe talk a little bit different and be like, oh yeah, if you tweak this and you do this speed roll or you aim for this stat, then they might be a little bit more receptive to that. But most general players, they're not talking about speed rolls or even really are going to be listening to it, to be honest. He said, "Bro, I got called. So I got a whole series of and done things 7 times, and still have someone in my comment section saying it doesn't work. I think this is better." I'm like, "Okay, man, go struggle. I can't help you." Like, that's the thing, man. And I think that's the thing is like, I don't even think it's so much of like we're just trying to like. It's not even like so much about trying to be right, right? Like I've even told people, I'm like, bro, Cyan has done the Tiamat strat way more than I have. Like, and I would even agree with the fact that when I finally went and tried Tiamat cracking out, that playthrough was definitely much smoother. It just was. But even when I talk about my dot, which I like, that's like what a lot of people predominantly know me for, which is the dot setups. I was very, very clear on what my struggle points were in that run and in that build, which was everything was super. I got a speed tune all the time. I got a max invest in Sania, so I wasn't really focused on Leon. And when they changed the missions to Leon, because it wasn't always like that, I had to kind of start thinking about how I was going to invest a little bit differently. It's like, ooh, I can't really go skill ups all the way into a Shadow Sania in the very beginning because I need to do stuff for Leon first. And so it's like little different things that you have to decide to do along the way can change certain parts or certain portions of your progression, you know? So a lot of it is like, it's just what's going to be the most efficient for the average player is really what it's about. It's not gonna lie, a Gray DPS with BO10 is nuts. Yeah, DPS Gray, a lot of people sleep on him. A lot of people think that he's not gonna be in game. They're like, yeah, I threw mine to the side. I'm like, bro, Gray be doing stuff, man. He definitely be doing stuff. Is that Esenia needs to do so much more to be viable as an independent dot unit, in my opinion. She's way too reliant on others. And that's what I mean is like, what's funny is I actually got into an argument with somebody about that because they're like, oh, I can just let Sania dot everything. And I'm like, well, it's like you have to do so much to make that the case versus like if I run her with Oval, that makes my life much easier. I don't really have to focus so much on she needs to be the one to land 6 dots. And then, and again, I will say it also, this was the argument, which there was some validity to it. If you're going to try to go for a single dotter, Shadow Sania, you probably have to go skill 1 first because at that point you're trying to get the most out of her passive versus going skill 3, which skill 3 plays more into you having assistance with your dot. Skill 1 is going to increase your passive so that you can land more dots on her by herself. So that's like the big difference. So it's like she can be played and be single dotter, but you have to make a different investment choice in the beginning, and that will heavily affect her effectiveness if you do end up getting, say, someone like Oval or Fangus. So it just kind of all depends really on playstyle preference at that point. So that was shown to me like really early because I was the skill 3 method player, and the homie was he went skill 1, and his like our Shadow Sanias were completely different performances. And he was still clearing stuff, but she was more of the solo carry for the nuke or for the dot. So there's that. You said bosses being immune to dots makes it some, yeah. So that's another point that I made is that there are literally some contents where dot is just not a thing, and if you take dot away from Sania, what does she do? Right? Like, and I mean that would be the argument for most of the dotters. Like, what are their values outside of dot? Right? Because their dot value is really what kind of takes them to the point where they're at. But if you took dot away from Oval and his ability to convert dot or into dot, you got a CC, and then let's say The CC don't like. I mean, it's not really like doing nothing because those units are still getting turn meter. They might not go that one turn, but they're still going to rotate, and then you're just in for a reckoning. So those things like kind of matter with the pairings too. So it's a lot. It's a lot that kind of goes into it. Yeah, it's a lot that definitely goes into it. But yeah, I mean that's the thing too. I think what is it? As we get to I know tomorrow we're gonna be playing Expedition 33. I'm down to try out some E7 because it's been a while. But yeah, we're gonna have to like as far as like finding a new game for the channel outside of Etheria, man. We just got to wait till some other stuff comes, man. There's nothing at the moment that's happening, but we'll be checking out some games. I know, like I mentioned before, like Seven Nights and which I think it was Silver and Blood and other. It was a couple other games I was interested in. But yeah, man, yeah, it's crazy, dude. Today has been such a wild day. I was not expecting one of my main games to just EOS today specifically. That was like so random too. I woke up today and I had the most amount of like pings on Twitter I've ever had. Like, and I mean like on the official the official Twitter page for the game, I was getting added by everybody. But it was so cool though at the same time because I was like, dang, like that kind of showed me like how much of an impact I had in that specific game because people really were like, yo, I gotta tag him, you know, like to let him know like what's going on. Now, granted, I had seen it already, but it was just like cool because a lot of people were like, yo, like, dude, this is really happening, like, and I'm just like, man. You said, and they just, and they insta just kicked us out. No chill at all, bro. You know what was crazy? I was actually going to stream Tribe 9 today, at some point in this stream, but for some reason now it's like they just stopped. Like it's not even optimized anymore. And I tried to open it with running my OBS, and it was causing my camera to freeze. And I was like, yo, what the heck? And it wasn't doing that before. And now I can't even open Tribe 9 and run it while I'm trying to stream anymore, which it was like mad random. I was like, what the heck? And obviously I'm playing Etheria Restart, which is a whole nother thing. But now it's like, man, it's crazy. It's so crazy. You said, I mean, we had a hard crash at stop at the start because of the rebate. So 4 times. So they need to spend more. And they chose to steal us like this. Yeah, I mean, like I said before, that was the thing that hurt the game the most was like, because when I say I was sitting in streams and just like, you know, I get it, people love to debate, but there was like there's one thing when there's like, okay, we could debate this versus like, this is what I do for a living. And so I know what it means when a company has to give a rebate to players in the launch, right? It's one thing when a game has been, you know, flowing consistently. They've been making money. They got a direct, you know, consistent audience, strong, solid base. And then like say 3 months, 4 months in, they got to do a rebate because an issue happens. But when a rebate happens on the release, bro, they made no money. Like because the thing is people were looking at it from the lens of like, oh, well, this is just going to cause people to spend more money. Yes. Right? So this is what happened. They said, hey, for whatever you guys spend, we're going to literally give you all of your resources back. I just do simple math. If you tell me that I'm going to spend, so this would be, and this is the reason why our rebate currently has tiers, right? That's why the first $100 is 200%. Then past 200%, it's 150. Why is there a diminishing value on the percentage on the rebate? So that they're not getting robbed by just basically giving you everything for free, basically back to you, right? So what Tribe 9 did was they basically said, and this is literally what we had happen. Whatever you spend, you get a 200% rebate on. That's literally what happened. like that's literally what happened. So now imagine going from, okay, $100, you get a 200% to, well, I just dropped about 5K and then you get 200% to that. Dude, that is a whole different like thing. Now, this was the case for anyone, let's say on average spent about $100 and then more, right? Like, but let's say on average, people spend about $100. The game wasn't even that expensive to begin with. So when you're talking about pulling for the banner units, people were already like purchasing the battle passes without having to repurchase anything. They were getting skins and all that. Like the game was making $0 for X amount of patches, basically on average. And they probably made a few dollars here and there, but I think the number that they made was like what, 90K? Like it was like 90K, bro. That's nothing. That's like even some other games can get away with making like 500K. You know, something like that's like, okay, yeah, they still might survive, but 90K, bro, that's nothing for a gacha. You said that made everyone who spent not have to spend the next couple of patches. Yeah, literally. So they would have released it was Hina and then her two brothers that were gonna come out. That would have meant, including Kazuki, that would have been 4 units for some people that they would not have had to spend for. Like, bro, that is insane. Like, that's how crazy the rebate was for some people. So it was like that. And so, like, when you think about that, your big spenders not spending for X amount of patches is insane. So that to me was kind of sort of the mistake that they had. And it was like almost like it really wasn't a mistake, because what were they going to do? They weren't going to do like a money-based percentage, you know, modifier according to how much you spent. It was like whatever you spent, because the rates were so cooked. Yeah, the rates were so cooked. So it was like, man, like they had to make good on bad rates is basically what they were trying to do. You say, yeah, 90K is like, it says like 1.5 through 2 employees being paid for the year. That's a death sentence if you have 3 team members. And that's the thing, their team for sure had to be more than 3. And the other thing is too, is that like, one of the things that like a lot of people don't know is that when like a company is like doing something with a game, a lot of the times the development team might have like a lot of liberties to do certain things, right? But it's with a parameter. So a lot of the times the publisher will say, hey, we don't care what you do or how you do it, as long as we don't see a dip in revenue, we'll let you do your thing, right? Like that's how they kind of work in some cases. And a lot of the times, whenever the publisher has to step in, that's when it's not a good scenario. And I'm almost certain that's what this was. The heads came in and said, yeah, we're going to try to maybe break even, or we've already been at a deficit. Cause I don't know. And I'm almost certain they were probably at a deficit. They were like, all right, yeah, we've lost enough money. EOS time, hit the red button. It's over. And so that's probably more than likely what happened, because there was like no point for them to continue to put all this development time and spending money to developing something where for the next few patches, people still weren't going to be spending. And they seen that, I think, this update that we had, they were just like, wow, nobody spent. That's like literally what happened. And so when you're talking about 90K between, what was that between JP and global? That's insanity. JP is a high output region. You said the law made them do that, so they had no choice. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was telling people too, is like JP is like insane when it comes to those rules, man. You said what I learned about gacha is they can be free to play friendly, but not too over free to play friendly. Or how Genshin did it is give players bad rewards so they get used to it. Genshin is more fundamentally like an abusive relationship in a sense. Like it's like bare like, and not even just abusive, I say toxic, more of a toxic relationship. Like give you the bare minimum, just enough to keep you. Like just enough so you won't leave me, and never really ever actually do fully what I said I was gonna do, but just enough so you stick around. So that's like that's what it is. It's more of a toxic relationship than anything. And I feel like with Tribe 9, they really weren't necessarily toxic. They were more so they goofed in the beginning with the rates, and they had to make good on that. And the cost, it costed them. Like there was really no recovery from it. So they didn't like do the rebate and then make a ton of money after it. They did the rebate and didn't make any money. So like you said, second cost is the only thing that kept Genshin alive at this point. Yeah, I mean, hey, and don't get me wrong, like there's a fair amount of people that just play Genshin and absolutely love Genshin, dude. Same thing with WoA, same thing with Zenless Zone. Like, that's why I don't really speak badly about a lot of these games, like in the sense of like the game itself. I think gacha and the aspect of how they run the gacha component is one thing, and the fundamentals of that is one thing. But a game that you enjoy is a game that you enjoy. And there's plenty of people that just get on that game and they don't care about any of the noise. They don't care what nobody's talking about. They don't care about what drama videos out. They don't care that Hoyo just didn't give you the anniversary that you wanted. Like, they're just like, bro, I like this game. I'm enjoying this game and I'm playing it. And I want to be a Beto main. Like, I don't know. Like, that's just some people. I mean, WoW is the same way. That's how I played WoW. I didn't care about any of, I still don't care about that. Oh, you got to have a light team. Nope. I'm clapping everything because I'm good at the game. Like, to be real with you. Like, I don't care about any of that. Oh, you need light synergy. Yo, you don't got Verena yet? Bro, I have not used that chick in any team comp. Like, and the crazy thing is, it's like, I don't feel like it's necessary. Like, I really don't. Like, it's like, hey, it can help, sure, but I don't feel like it's necessary, to be honest. You said that's probably most players, to be honest. Yeah, I feel like it is. I mean, the thing is that the loud, what's the saying go? It's the loud minority, right? Isn't the vast majority. So that's usually what you kind of see. Because even like what I had to kind of understand was like even in the YouTube space, right? Like we don't make up a lot of communities. Like I think sometimes creators get so big in the head, they think, ooh, if I'm not around or if we're not around, the community just dies. I'm like, bro, there's Reddit, there's Twitter, there's other forums that, you know, people use. Billy, they go to, there's probably some other forums that other players use. Like YouTube isn't the only source of interaction. I mean, you got Discord, you got WeChat, you got like, bro, there are so many other spaces that gamers exist in. And that's why, like, for me, I never really try to put this, like, I never try to have this God complex, like, the game's gonna die without me. Like, I'm like, no. Like, I'm honestly no different than anybody else, you know? Really, at the end of the day. He said, hopefully WoA is going the Azure Lane route and sell skins for monetary value. Dude, I love the visual in WoA, the skins. Like I got the Jinsa skin. That skin is probably one of my favorite skins in a gacha game, period. He said, I would guess most people don't follow News CC for the games they play. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, what it is I think some players, and this is truly what it is, right? And this is why I'm trying my best to make a difference in the space. Because what happens is, and this is one of the things that I really appreciate when people come in here and they say, Zox, I really enjoy your videos and I enjoy your energy. You really are making the game fun for me, or I'm just really enjoying watching you. Like I'm having fun, right? That's something that I think is the biggest turnoff to most players is when they look in a community and there's nothing but toxicity going on. If they're not a toxic person or they don't have a toxic personality, they're not like, they don't want to be engulfed in that, they're probably not going to go over there. It's just common sense, right? Like if I see a whole bunch of people over on the other side of the street and they're over there, like, I don't know, doing some sort of hard drug or like they're doing something crazy, I'm probably not going to walk over there. I'm probably going to walk down the street and mind my business. And say they're in front of a corner store. I'm probably just going to go to the corner store that's right down right across on the other side, on the other street, because there's nothing going on over there. So it's like process of elimination. Like I'm not going to involve myself in that, in that scenario, because potentially I could walk by and something could happen. I don't want to deal with that. So I'm gonna just go over here and go to the corner store where there seems to not be any drama. It's just that. So I think that that's what it is. When you look into a space and the first thing they see is the game is dying, then you're probably not going to play. You're probably not going to be really that interested in going into into that space. So I think that that's really what it is. So even today, like I try to lead by example, right? Like my video on the EOS situation for Tribe 9 wasn't about the EOS, and like it was like kind of sorta, but it was like more about the impact of the community and the fact that I'm appreciative of those that have came from that community, right? Because it could have talked about every single issue the game had and what they could have done better, and like, but it's not changing the fact the game's EOSing, right? So it was like, you know, hey, it is what it is. It's happening, guys. You know, we just gotta make next steps and move on to the next thing. And I appreciate you guys. Like, you know, there's really all I could really say. And what's crazy is that there were a lot of things that were being made where I was like looking and I was like, dude, these people don't care about this game for real, or the community more than anything. I feel like that's the thing. Anybody is free to make any video that they want. But what I really found to be interesting was like, I was like, man, like, that's kind of crazy. Like, people were using this as an opportunity to kind of like stir the pot for like, ooh, look at it, it's another EOS, versus like, dang, man, like I really do care about that community and that sucks. Like, it was just like another drama video for them, versus like for me, it was really truly like, dude, like this community literally makes up majority of my Discord right now. It's like, dude, that's one of my main games, like straight up getting ethered, you know? So it sucks to see. It really does. You said they have Chang-Li and Carlotta skins coming. Bro, I might have to spin, man. You know, I was trying to decide on, you said shots fired. Bro, it's not even so much about shots fired, bro. It's just that. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, and I get it. There's people that's drama content creators, stuff like that. That's how they make their money. I don't really care how people really necessarily make their money. But what I will say is that that's just how I am. Like, at the end of the day, for me, it's always about the community. Like, you know, regardless of the game, I care about people. Like that's what I feel like it makes me as successful as I am now. It's not about it's not about like how many views can I get on the next video. For me, it's really about like I have the most fun, and the thing I look the most forward to is like streaming, for example. Like that's really what I look forward to. Being able to chill, talk with you guys, just kind of hang out, stuff like that. I care about the community, like being in the community and stuff like that. You say, yeah, there's a lot of drama farmers out there. But the reason why I brought it up though was because I was like, wait, because for a fact, I was like one of like probably 3 people that was actually still making content on Tribe 9 for real. Because it was me, I think Cyan was doing some stuff, and Johnny. Those were like, it was literally like us 3. Like as far as like content creators with sizable channels, it was like us 3. So that's why when I seen everybody was like, whoa, it's EOS is dead. I was like, bro, wait. I'm like, don't you play like, I was like, wait, do you even play Tribe 9? I was like so confused. And I was like, okay. I was like, I guess so. So I just thought it was funny because I was like, okay. So yeah, it was that really. So I just thought it was funny. He said I'm just being facey. Yes. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Let me see. He said that 2 times threshold drop about to be crazy. Yeah, people about to have crazy gear. I think they're doing that too because they also know that there's gonna be some RTA stuff going on. And that's like, man. You said no, Genazad and Gotcha back in was promoting it at one point. Yeah, tons of people did sponsor videos. I genuinely only played that game because I liked it. I never did anything sponsored for them. So yeah, I mean, and can you like something and still do sponsor stuff? Absolutely, right? So I think like again, when I'm looking at like most of the game's dead period, like yeah, those are the main. It was really that. Yeah, and I mean there was a lot of other like people that were like a lot of smaller creators for sure. But I just thought it was interesting because I was like, I think I seen Genazad do some stuff, but it was people for sure that wasn't making content on the game. And I was like, all right. I was like, that's why I said for me it wasn't so much about ooh, EOS, this game is trash. Like, it wasn't about that. And I know there was a lot of people that made it about that. For me, it was about like, man, like, it sucks. Like, I get it. Like, you know, like it's again, I want to make sure the people that just like drop like 10 grand are okay. Cause like that's literally what happened. Like, we had that rebate. People dropped all that money. Yeah, they got double their value. Yeah, it sucks that the company didn't make any money. But technically, those people that just spent all that money kind of sort of wasted it. Like, if you drop like 5, 10K, and then the game EOS, like damn near as soon as it released, it's like that's how feels bad. And it's not even like I said, it was really no telling it was gonna happen that fast. I mean, I didn't think it was gonna happen right away, to be honest. You said the 2 times rewards change every. You said anything for when the game drops. Do I still max refresh to 40? Yeah, that's for still for you to have content unlocked. Yeah. Now we don't know if they will run it earlier. That would only help you more than anything. To be real. But again, the other thing is too is that I mean, with this game, you don't have to rush, right? Like, it's just a matter of what's the most efficient thing to do if you want to be on top of still progressing, linear progressing. It's a show upgrading is kind of ass. It's a process, man. It's not gonna be instant gratification. You said that's so true. It kind of sucks for the ones that spend so much, but at the same time, also caused the EOS. It's a really weird circumstance. It's one of the weirdest EOSs I've ever been in, to be honest, like, or ever witnessed, because it really was like they were trying to make good with players, and they kind of did, but it also like ended up being the pin in the coffin for them. Like, they was just that was it. Like, it kind of took them downhill. You say, yeah, I'm gonna take it slow. Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to, man. Like, that's the thing. All right, what time is it? All right, guys. All right, I think I'm gonna dip. I gotta go take care of some stuff. I'm gonna blast some stuff in the Discord. I know there's those of you guys that want to join the union and stuff like that. So I'm gonna actually start creating those channels now. I'm gonna have the free to play union, and then I'm also gonna have a pay to win one, or a well one. So I'm gonna be making that stuff, recruiting, doing all that stuff in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, hold on, let me actually share the link for the Twitch. It is in the pinned comment. For those of you guys that are on YouTube, if you're on the Twitch, I'm about to share it with you right now. I'm gonna open up some more channels. I'm gonna have my admin open up some more channels, so that we can have those preset with roles for the yeah, he did the he did the exclamation Discord on YouTube. That's funny. So he said, what do you consider a well? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna probably spend hundreds. I'm gonna be real with you. So I don't know, like, usually whales are spending hundreds, not necessarily thousands, but hundreds probably, more than likely. Because like a dolphins are usually like, you know, they buy the battle pass, they might get a couple of packs here and there, but they're not ever going crazy. I'm gonna be up there. You know, I'm not gonna necessarily be cracking. I might hit cracking by time like this game's out for a couple years, but I'm not sure. But yeah. I mean, if you're spending that amount, then you said average like 3. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're welling. If you're spending $300 a month, that is welling technically. That's definitely not dolphining. Like, yeah, 300 $300 a month ain't dolphining, fam. And you're sure enough not a guppy. So, $300 is definitely is definitely welling. You said Kraken is like Rise of Kingdoms over 5K. Yeah, when you're spending like thousands a month, like, yeah. And then once you start talking about like tens of thousands, like Leviathans are also a thing too. Like Mega Shield is like on that type of time with some games he plays. Yeah, 300 a month as well. Yeah. You said, how are you? Discord, happy. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna get that stuff set up. I gotta go to a meeting, but all right, guys, I appreciate all you guys for coming through, man. Tomorrow, what are we doing? Oh, Epic Expedition 33. So we'll probably play a little bit of of Etheria Restart, and then we're gonna go right into Expedition 33 tomorrow. So that'll be what we'll be doing for. Is that Friday? Yeah, that's Friday tomorrow. So that'll be cool. But yeah, guys, that's gonna be that, man. I appreciate all you guys for coming through. You guys have an amazing night. Stay blessed, and stay safe out there, man. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. All right, guys. Peace.